Our script for the COVID meeting sessions on Zoom. Good afternoon. For the record, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Let me confirm that the following members are present. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. I have Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Abby Camp. Was that an aye? You're muted, Abby. Are you off?
Here.
Okay, thank you. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Okay. Carrie Thornwell.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Thanks. I think that's it, right, for now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks, folks. Oh, and this is Ray Pohl for the record. And now let's move on to the staff members. When I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. I have Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
And I believe that's it, right?
Yes.
Okay. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order dated March 12th, 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak, this particular meeting will not feature public comment, with one possible exception, which we'll get to in a moment. Materials provided to members for this meeting or provided during the meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on our town's website. During the meeting, I'll introduce the agenda topics and speakers, and please remember to mute your Zoom audio until your name is called. And please direct comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and make taking of minutes easier. Lastly, votes at tonight's meeting will be conducted via roll call. Having said all that, we can move to the regular agenda, and we do have an agenda before us. Kathy, can you just confirm that this agenda is good to go and that we can move to have it approved?
That is not the amended agenda that you're looking at.
It's not?
Not the one that Holly was just showing.
I'll get it up.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
How do you know what agenda I'm looking at? I have a little,
Oh, I don't know.
here it is right here.
Does it have, does it say updated?
Yes, at the
Okay,
very
yeah,
top, in
yeah,
bold red, it says updated.
Okay, yeah, so that's the one.
Okay, so that's the agenda that we're following. Hopefully Holly can get that one up. But so may I have a motion from one of you to approve tonight's agenda?
So move.
Thank you, Diane. Right at the moment, we're going to do a rotation between Carrie and Stephen because we have 6 members. So Carrie, if you could just sit on the agenda motion, okay? So on Diane's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Val. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Abby.
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion to approve tonight's agenda is confirmed. Now, if memory serves me, there was something that wanted to be introduced under public comment. And Kathy, could you remind me what that was, if anything? Oh, it had something to do with solar.
No.
No. Okay.
Hi, I had desired to make a public comment based on
I'm
the
sorry,
agenda.
Hillary. Yeah, go ahead. Now,
Yeah.
Hillary, I'm sure you know the rules, but I just want to make sure that when public comments are made, the board does not deliberate on them. We hear what you have to say and we take it, basically under advisement. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for allowing me to make a public comment. As you all know, I'm chair of the Nantucket Historical Commission, and I just wanted to come and give you guys a quick update on some of the things that we've been up to. I just wanted to let you all know that our mission statement is now posted up on the town website. So if you haven't had a look at it, you can go and have a look if you're interested. Also, as you know, one of our major goals is to update the surveys of historic structures on Nantucket. And I did want to let you all know that we made a pre-application for an MHC study grant to get that work started. We filed that application on Friday with the support of the planning department and the select board. So we're really looking forward to hopefully being invited to apply for that grant. And what we want to produce is a study plan. So it would give us some money to hire a consultant to think about the survey, how we would get it done, because it's an awful lot of work, and put out a plan, goals, and an implementation schedule. And as you know, there are two pools of money for this grant. There's a pool for the folks that are in the Certified Local Government Program and the folks that aren't. So we really hope that we together might apply to be part of this program, because it would help us with funding for this grant and with updating the surveys. Additionally, we really want to get your input on the surveys. Surveys are a great benefit to you and your work and to everybody. So we just wanted to flag it as something that's happening, something we want your help on. We want to work with you. And, you know, if you have any questions or want to talk more about that, I hope that we could do so.
Thank you, Hillary. So interestingly, I was looking over the agenda, and we have this lingering other business agenda, which, by the way, we are allowed to deliberate on. We can't really deliberate right now, but we have all these carryover things, one of which, I will read it to you, says discussion of certified local government and possible vote. So as I'm sure you know, we've been like behind, getting more behind with each passing day on our agenda, and it's really unfortunate. Let me talk to Kathy about being able to maybe just get this sort of moved to the front. I mean, again, we're not supposed to be deliberating right now, but I think as chair, I'm able to say, Kathy, let's you and I have a conversation. It is on under other business, so we can sort of move it so that we can expedite it.
Sure.
But okay, so Kathy, we'll have that conversation sometime later this week. And Hillary, thank you for your comment. I think we're all happy to hear the updates. So thank you very much, and we'll see what we can do on our end.
Sounds great. Thanks so much. Great to talk with you all. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Is there anything else, Kathy? I could have sworn there was something having to do with solar panels, but maybe maybe I'm confused and didn't.
There was an email that you had forwarded me, but I haven't.
All right.
We were closed.
Listen, okay. So that would be it for public comment.
Yeah.
So now, folks, we're going to all move along to the thankfully lengthy consent agenda, from which I need to recuse. It appears that Carrie needs to recuse. It appears that Val needs to recuse. Oh boy. Anybody else need to recuse from this one? Myself, Carrie, Val are recusing. So Diane, if you could share this for me, that would be great. And your board, the people that are not recused, would be Steve.
Hold on a minute, please. I'm at a meeting.
Well, hopefully you're at a meeting with us, dear. Okay, so Diane, I know you can hear me. Your board on the consent agenda would be Stephen, Val, Abby, and yourself. Okay. Oh no, right. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Stephen, Abby, and yourself, because Val, Carrie, and I are all recused. Okay.
Yes.
Great.
I'd like to say before we pull this up is that I have been emailed, I guess the best thing, to say that there are a couple of on the consent agenda that were buildings, and the people wanted to know why buildings were on the consent agenda and not brought in front of us. One of them was 80 Millbrook Road. The other was, I think, 34 and 38 Darramore.
Hey, Diane,
Yes,
Sorry, I'm just going to call a little point of order to make sure that we're all clear on this. So you're chairing, right?
Yep.
You're chairing the consent agenda, and you have two other members that will be voting on the consent agenda, okay?
Yep.
So you are speaking right now as the chair on this issue, and I would suggest that Kathy be the one to answer the questions that you have about that stuff. I'm sure.
okay, that's fine.
right,
Just
fair enough.
if it'll go into the meeting so people will hear it, because I didn't have any particular answer.
So
So I
Madam,
would like to, yeah,
if you wanted an explanation for why those were on the consent agenda?
well, they wanted to know, what they wanted to know basically was why additions and buildings were being looked at on the consent agenda rather than on the board.
Well, first off, the commissioners are reviewing the applications with me. So Val and I reviewed all the applications last week and felt that certain applications were appropriate and no concerns regarding either additions or new dwellings. I'd have to pull each application out if they wanted to
Yeah,
discuss it.
well, that's all right. I thought it was Val saying, I just didn't want to say it and then not have it through,
Right.
you know.
It's myself and Val or whomever else helps. We go through the applications and make sure that it is appropriate and it's not out of the ordinary. There's no, nothing odd and
Right.
and in scale and massing with, the proposal itself.
No, that's good. I just wanted to be sure what I had said was correct.
Yeah.
That I hadn't put my foot in it. So that being done, may I have a motion on the consent agenda? Are there any questions regarding it? If not, may I have a
motion to approve the consent agenda?
thank you. Abby,
I'm just looking at the agenda now. Yeah, I mean, I think for tonight, I'm going to say aye, but maybe there's a good point being made. So, but maybe let's bring it up later about actually putting new dwellings on the consent. I think it's a little it makes me a little nervous too, but for today I'll say aye.
all right, thank you. Steve,
Yeah, I'm an aye, but just on discussion on the motion. So Madam Chair, I just want to be clear that I preview each application on the consent list. It's available on the website when the agenda is posted on Friday. So if there's any question, we all have an opportunity to have reviewed an application in advance. So I just want to be clear, having made the motion to approve and having the topic of additions and the small dwelling being on the consent agenda, that I've actually looked at them and reviewed each of them as if I were making comments. So
okay, but you're 1 out of 5, so that we can just look at it in the future. I have been contacted. I told them I would put it in front of the board to talk about, and that's fine. So
Madam Chair, if I may, just maybe to take those particular applications out of consent so you all can approve the consent and maybe look at those if there seems to be concerns on those particular applications, just my recommendation.
I don't, not to be cross on Holly's point, but cross points, but the motion's been made. I made the motion based on the fact that I reviewed the applications. And I believe it's been voted on with 2 in favor, with the chair remaining.
yep, we'll hold, Kathy, we'll hold it until like next week or Thursday if we have to do a Thursday deal. Okay,
I'm sorry, what?
I said we'll just talk about it tonight. We're done. Then we can discuss it again with some formality either on Thursday or next Monday. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, and I vote yes on approving the agenda. So that's a 3 3-0.
Great. Thank you very much, Diane. Now, I
Okay.
think,
Right?
yes,
I'll just make sure I'm on. Yeah,
I
I'm on.
know. I was just going to say that John McLaughlin has joined us, and I believe Jesse Dutra has joined us as well. I saw him on there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just,
Okay, so we have a full board.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. And so we now have a full board from which I don't believe anyone needs to recuse from the rather short consent with conditions agenda. So could I have a motion on consent with conditions, and that would feature the regular board members?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Thank you, Val Oliver. On that motion, Abby Camp.
I,
Thank you, Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you, John McLaughlin.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so the motion carries unanimously. Okay, so that's consent and consent with conditions. And now we have the appointment, we have, I believe, what is our annual appointment of advisory board members. So Kathy, do you want to walk us through this or?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can say real briefly. So I'm looking at the participant list and I don't see anybody from the sign council here, but right now it's Mark Catone and Paul Wolf would like 3-year terms.
They're
And
both
Holly,
incumbents.
yes, sorry, they're both incumbents and they'd like to have 3-year terms. There is Holly on the flash drive, their applications. I don't know if you wanted to show them or not, but, or their forms.
Well, I know them both pretty well,
Yeah.
so I'm comfortable with that. And they've both been on for a very long time.
I'll make a motion to confirm those two on the sign advisory board.
That's great. Thank you, Abby. And so again, this would be the regular board. On Abby's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that one carries. That was sign advisory. Next up, Sconset advisory.
So Sconset Advisory is Rob Benchley would like a 3-year term.
Again, incumbent.
Right, it's incumbent. Clement Durkees, who is also, actually, they're all incumbents, would like a 1-year. I'm not quite sure if she wants an alternate or not, but a 1-year term. And Mary Will is also requesting a 1-year term. And Mary is on the meeting. I think I did see her.
I know all those people pretty well and they're great and
Yeah.
they're doing a good job. I'd like to recommend that they all get okayed for whatever term they're,
Is that your
Up for.
motion, Abby?
yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, you're all doing a great job. So on Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, John,
Aye.
thank you, and Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. That's Sconset. How about Matticat?
Okay, so Matticat, Bob Olson has left his seat and he's moved off island. So Bruce Mandel is a new applicant that would like to serve a 3-year term. He's new. And I'm sorry.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
That's
Kathy.
okay. And Linda Williams would like to renew her 3-year chair term. Mark Palmer would like to go down to an alternate for a year. And Brad Fleming would like to also go to a year. And they're all incumbents except for Bruce.
Right. Well, but the fact is, Bruce is new, but but we're vacating one chair.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
So essentially, Bruce would be taking the vacant chair seat.
yes, exactly.
So if we didn't vote him through, we would have a vacant seat.
Right.
Okay. And then all the rest is incumbents. Just
Incumbents,
re-up.
right.
Okay.
The only difference is that Mark Palmer would like a year instead of 2.
Right. Well,
Okay.
we'll take it up again next
Yeah.
year. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. any discussion on that, or may I have a motion?
Motion to approve the Nantucket Advisory Board applicants.
Okay, very
Applicants.
good. Thank you for that motion. And on the motion, Abby,
Yes.
Aye.
thank you, Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
Yep.
John,
Aye.
thank you, and I'm in favor. Motion carries there. Okay, HSAB, historic structures.
Historic
Okay, thank-
structures, Brooke Meerbergen would like a year. He's an incumbent.
Mhm.
And Mickey Rowland, the same, with like a 3-year term.
Both incumbents.
Yes, both incumbents.
Right.
Motion to approve HSAB applicants.
All right. Thanks a lot, Val. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thanks, John. Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that's HSAB. And how about Tuckernuck?
So Tuckernuck, as you know, is an ad hoc group. I have received 3 of the 5 incumbent forms. Chris Lewis. Chris Dahmen, sorry, and Michael Taylor. I believe John Finney's is in the mail, and I haven't heard from Susie Robinson yet, but I know that she's still interested.
Okay, so all these are, once again, incumbents just
Exactly.
hoping to stay on.
I should probably recuse as my, that's my brother, Tris
Right.
Dummin.
Yeah,
Dahmen.
okay.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the incumbents who want to re-up there as applicants.
Yeah, thanks for that. But just for the record, Val, I'm going to say in terms of our rotation, Stephen's up next. So Stephen, you want to sit on this one?
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Okay, so Val has made this motion. Stephen, on that motion.
Aye.
Thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make one comment that we're a little behind the 8 ball with this. We normally do this in June, but because of COVID and because of other priorities, we had to put this on the back burner. So we'll be doing this again next June. So we're just a little behind schedule.
I get it. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are we.
Oh, thanks for reminding me, Val, because I forget about it. And all right, speaking of being way behind, let's get right to the 2 delayed new business items that we have on, which are 28 Main Street, Sconset. Do we have Lindsay on for that one?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So everyone on the regular board can sit on this, correct? No conflicts?
Yep.
Okay, then let's go for it, Lindsay.
All right. So this is 28 Main Street in Sconset. We're going in for pool and hardscape. It's all in the rear. Matt McEachran came in with the house and the additions. So the pool sits tucked in right behind the house. I think we've got privet hedges coming. There's a hedge along the side of the property, and then we have a hedge.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Sorry, there we go. I just wanted to get the drawings in front of us so we could follow along on the drawings with your narrative, okay?
Sure.
So first, let's take a look at where it is.
I have a question, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go
before we
for it,
do
Val.
that.
Yep.
Is the Sconset Old Historic District not included in the no pools in the historic district like town?
Wow, that's a good question.
Well, this falls outside of the historic district.
How could
How
that
is that
possibly
possible?
be?
No, it's
we-
within, Mr. Chair, if I may answer Val's question, it's within the old historic district of Sconset. However, it's the zoning
Yeah.
which allows pools. So that's where that lies.
So this is right at the cusp. It's right in between. So can we zoom in on the locust, please, just for a second? Okay. Wow,
We did a pool right
that's,
next
that's
door.
not in the,
I know, I mean,
We
I
put in a
guess,
pool right at number 30, which is right next door. So same.
Right, and that was
I remember that one.
slaved over, so
Yes, I do remember that.
And so this one is like even more hidden. It's tucked like right in tight into the back of the house, into the corner. I think visibility is going to be extremely difficult. There's a hedge that exists along that property line, and then if you go to the plan, there's actually a privet hedge and a gate that goes from the side of the house over. So, and there's also an existing hedge that already exists along the roadside. And I think even if you went with the visibility of looking straight on, straight down, you wouldn't even see the pool. You would just see bluestone, but then you'd have to see through a gate. So I think from a visibility standpoint, I think the pool would be difficult to see. And we tried to keep it's tiny. It's not a big pool at all. And then
How big is it, Lindsay?
if you can zoom in, Holly,
12 by 24.
12 by 24. So it's not,
Okay.
it's not an enormous pool. I think we did next door one almost twice the size of that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, John.
I have a question. My memory is correct, when that went through about pools in the old historic district, I thought there was an apostrophe S on the end of it to cover both of them. I'm not sure. That should be checked before we get involved and approve something we can't change.
Wait, I'm not sure that I understand your comment. John,
Yes,
could you repeat what you just said, please?
I thought that, if my memory is correct, at the time when it was voted through to have about swimming pools in the old historic district, that when it said the old historic district, I thought there was an apostrophe S on it, meaning both of them.
You mean Sconset and downtown?
I like to have it held up in question.
No, John,
Go ahead.
John, we already have an answer to this. The answer is that this is in the HDC Old Historic District, but it is not in the zoning Old Historic District, which I don't quite understand or necessarily agree with. But the fact is, this is outside of the Old Historic District of Sconset as defined by the zoning, which is what the pools are based on, not the HDC. Okay?
That's fine, as long as we cover ourselves, yeah.
Yes,
Thank
well,
you.
Thankfully, Kathy, Holly actually did the research into that and she just reported that. But thank you, John. So Lindsay, were you finished?
Yeah, I just wanted to say we tried to keep it right behind the house, tucked away. We did look from visibility from all angles to make sure it was hidden and tucked away.
Cut to the chase.
We tried to keep hardscape, to a minimum, and we kept the pool really small.
Okay,
Because we are sensitive to where we are.
thank you. So Kathy, Holly, do we have Sconset advisory? We must.
Mr. Chair, yes, we do. I apologize. Since this was continued over from November 2nd, and I think it was continued over from another meeting, I seem to misplace the minutes or my notes from that meeting. But there were, overall, if my memory serves me correct, and I apologize to Sconset Advisory right now publicly, that there were more concern on not the visibility per se, but the sound of the pool equipment and where that was going to be located in reference to the pool, concerning for the abutters, especially back here.
All of which I respect as a, somebody who lives here.
But not under your purview.
Correct. Acoustics of a pool and equipment and stuff like that are not our purview. However, the visibility of the pool equipment is part of our purview. So can you address that, Lindsay?
So it's going to go behind the garage, which Matt is going to be taking through.
Oh, I see. There's a little arrow there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're not approving the location of the pool equipment just yet.
Right. We'll come back in with that
We'll
when
see
Matt
whether we
does the
approve the
garage.
pool. You might not need the equipment depending on what the board has to say here. So I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think I better go, Ray, before I burst.
You mean speak, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So this is a really poor precedence. This is the heart of Sconset. This is Main Street. And what zoning, I don't understand zoning at all. And I'd like to hold this to get clarification from the zoning board saying why.
No, okay.
Why
Abby,
they, I understand. I don't want to tackle this today. It's too egregious, and it's just so insensitive to the historic area of Sconset. This is the heart of Sconset, and the
So,
hardscaping, it's too much hardscaping, and I just feel that we have to hold this up somehow. You know, I just.
well, okay. You've just voiced.
May I speak next?
Yes, you may, but let me make sure, I want to make sure of something here.
Mr.
So,
Chair,
hold on, everyone. I'm addressing the comments that Abby just made. So Abby, you've said that you have concerns not only over the pool and its location in the HDC historic district, but also the hardscaping. Okay, so those are concerns that as a board member you can express. We can't kick the can down the road with regard to whether this meets zoning or not, because that is not our department. So I already know the answer on the zoning. Fact is, it's outside of the old historic district as per zoning, and therefore, I don't agree with this, but it is allowed under zoning. So let's not talk about zoning. But you did talk about your concerns about a pool in the old historic district, HDC historic district of Sconset, and the hardscaping. So thank you for that. And now I'm going to go to you, Diane.
Okay, having spent, I don't have how many hours with the two meetings we've had on Fridays where we talk about historic areas and what we are required to do. We are not required, I believe, from what I learned and what I know, to follow what zoning is not the one that tells us what we can or can't do. If it does not fit into our things that go along with our historic buildings and areas, then we are not forced to do it because zoning has said it's okay, just like the 40-foot height on Orange Street.
Right.
So I think we have to think of what we as a historic society, a historic district, feels goes in an area that's so important to us. And that's it. Whatever the zoning is fine. That's what they decided. But what we decide is also what we are discussing. So my thoughts would be, along with Abby, it is inappropriate in the middle of the main street of Sconset to have a pool that's 12 by 24 with the pool equipment behind a garage, which will be audible to the other surrounding houses. And I think that that's what I would like to say.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Diane. How about you, Val?
Well, I'm just looking at some notes from our charter or enabling legislation, and it clearly says, the HDC Commission, in passing upon appropriateness of exterior architectural features in any case, shall keep in mind the purposes set forth, blah, blah, blah. The location on the lot, the relationship of such factors to similar features of buildings and structures in the immediate surroundings, and position of that structure in relation to the street and public way and other buildings and structures. So I think it's incongruent with its surrounding area. And that would be my stance.
Okay, thank you, Val. John?
yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, at this time, where there's confusion on this, in the motion, I'll make a motion to hold it. So the first item next week, so that we can straighten this all out, so there's no lawsuits over it, of where it is and what it is and the neighbors. So I'd like to us to hold it for a week, have the staff check it out on the law. Thank you.
Okay, well, John, we already have a question on the zoning. I mean, I already have an answer on the zoning. That's set. Now, we are, as an HDC board, are allowed to render opinions that have nothing relating to zoning, which was kind of what Diane was saying a moment ago. So could your motion really be to hold for revisions? Would that be fair?
See that again, please?
Well, you had made a motion to check out the zoning situation, but first of all, it's not prescribed by zoning, okay? We know that's true. But as a board, we're allowed to make our own determination about something's appropriateness. So could you motion for revisions? Then we don't need to approve or disapprove of it at the moment.
Could I ask a question before we go to a vote?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah.
Ray, I just want to know if the historic district, I mean, if the HDC, us, if we decide this is inappropriate for whatever reason, does zoning trump us? I mean,
No. As Diane pointed out, zoning allows a house to be 30 feet high. By zoning, any house on Nantucket can be 30 feet high. This board, the HDC, can override that and say, yeah, zoning allows you to go 30 feet high, but because of where you're located, you can only build it to 26 feet high. Otherwise, you're going to be cutting this big, profile on the horizon. So we're independent. Zoning can say something and we can say something else. So Diane made that point a little earlier, and I'm just sort of underscoring what she's already said. So
I'd like to say one more thing about the application that I'd like to add is that the hardscaping is, I mean, it's not lot line to lot line, but it's right along the line and it's very hard. And we just had that charrette that Holly had us on Saturday morning about hardscaping and how it's just inappropriate for this area. And I consider actually pools hardscaping because they are cement as well, and they're impervious, the rain doesn't go through. So that's
right.
That has that added dimension of hardscaping being not sort of ecologically minded, especially on a small lot like this. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you for that. And as someone who lives on Nantucket and is concerned about the welfare of the island, I agree with you. Whether or not permeability is an HDC issue, I think it is not, but having said that, let's get back to the motion at hand. Lindsay, I know you're putting your finger up, but no, it's an uphill climb. John, so can your motion just be, John, for hold for revisions?
Yes.
I'm going to watch.
Thank you, John. That's a much more broadly defined motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane.
No,
No, the motion is, okay, you're allowed to be against the motion. Okay, so you're against the motion to hold for revisions. You probably want to decline, but that might happen the next time. You might get your way. So you're a no. John, are you okay with your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1
thing
opposed.
before we move on.
What?
Can I just say one thing super quick?
It's got to be super quick.
Super quick.
You
Can
do
I-
have an uphill climb. I'm sure that's pretty apparent to you.
Sure, just two things. Like, I would like to suggest people take a look, like just view it. I'm gonna stake out where the pool's gonna be, just so that you guys see that. And then I also, to Val's point about like, being within the area and what's surrounding, we literally did a pool right next door. The pool equipment's in the garage right next door to literally the garages are right next door to each other.
That's working against you.
But there's pools further closer to Sconset Casino.
Okay, let's not.
One mistake doesn't make everything else pass. One mistake doesn't make everything else pass.
Okay. So the motion was made and it was voted through, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank
See you
you.
next time. Now we're at 10 Mayhew. Do we have somebody from Shelter 7 on board? Again, if there's no conflicts, this would be the regular board.
I'm here.
Okay. Hi, Jason. How's it going?
How are you?
Okay, everybody. Jason's online to tell us what he's doing here. Railing. Okay.
Front stoop, we're gonna change the railing design to match what was approved in the rear. And there you have it.
You're kidding me.
So,
What's the catch?
yeah, I'd like clarification on this.
Oh, I see. It's kind of all right. It's a little bit of a quasi Chippendale thing.
Yeah,
And
Got it.
it's also viewable from the street, so.
It's viewable.
It is.
Yeah, so can we see the locus? Oh.
That's why you have it in front of you.
Got it. Now, is this in the OHD?
No.
No. Okay. Well, okay, let's put it to the board. There it is, very simple. They want to do, Jason wants to do a railing on the front of this house that's sort of roughly Chippendale in design.
Could I ask a general question about this one?
Yeah.
Is this the only thing you're applying for
That's
on
it.
this application? There's no swimming pool or
No.
any?
This is it. What are you getting
we
at?
already approved the pool here. No, on this application, it's only the new front stoop and railing. And there's already a front stoop and railing there. It's just, that's typical
Fine.
rail with balusters. And we had designed a rail and balusters over on the left side of drawing 7 that's on the screen here.
Jason, we have a huge, long agenda. Look,
Yep.
this is simple. Abby, what you're looking at right now on your screen is all we're reviewing. That's it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So board members?
I'll go. I
please.
went by today and yes, you can see it. I guess I really don't understand why it needs to be that, but I think it's just a little too unusual.
Actually, you know what's interesting, Val? You just made me think of something. Jason, is that railing 3 feet high?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, it was
It
previously-
doesn't need to have any code. You don't have that
No.
kind of drop off. And so I think Val's point is very valid. Like if the whole thing were much lower, and I mean, right now it's kind of in your face,
Mhm.
But hey, you're also applying for a outdoor shower, it looks like, right?
No, that's just to omit the previously approved typical baluster railing on the left.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, so Val is looking for something a little more simplified. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John, go ahead.
in viewing it, the 2 railings that are squared there
Yeah,
in front,
yes,
it's a complete change from what we would normally have with spindles or something. And I think these are inappropriate because of the style of the house and what's there. Thank you.
thank you, John. Diane, what do you have to say? I bet she's muted. How about you, Abby?
Abby?
I think
Yeah.
they're, can
Oh.
you hear me?
Yes, Diane, go ahead. Diane?
I don't think it fits in. I'm sorry. It would, if it was somewhere else and you didn't see it around the back or whatever, it would be good. It just doesn't fit in any of the points of the house to me. And that shower place is going, but it's a design that is not old, it's not crossbuck, and it's not number 2 fencing. So I would say to forget it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Can I briefly look at the site plan and then I just want to clarify where I am.
Site plan or locus?
There's just right where we are right now.
Okay.
This, I
End of
wanted,
Mayhew Lane. Mayhew Lane off of New Lane.
I wanted to see how far back that shower was, and
Well, okay, sorry. I shouldn't have brought up the shower. He bubbled it, but it's not a revision. It's only the front stoop.
okay, and there's no spa being,
No.
No.
Where are you getting this from?
anyway, so in terms of the railing in front, I think it's too ornate for the neighborhood. I mean, there's a marsh in front of you. It's,
Okay.
you know,
All right. Thank you, Abby. So it sounds like you might want to take another look at this, Jason.
Owner only asked that we try to apply for a front railing that matched the approved back railing. I told her it'd be a difficult one, and I tried. So
Do you want to kick it around, or do you want to withdraw it, or what?
what's the board's motion?
Okay.
Do you have a motion then, or no?
Well, we would motion for revisions.
I'd make a motion for revisions, yeah.
Here we go. So you can have a chance to discuss it with your
Fine.
partner and so forth, all right? But it's not getting a lot of thumbs up right now. Okay, so Diane has made a motion. On that motion, Abby,
aye.
Val,
Aye.
John. Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay.
Thank
Thanks. See you later, Jason. So that was the new business carried over from February of 2020.
February.
The old business. And now we have prescribed boards. Yes, Kathy?
I just wanted to tell you there was a typo on the board, 15 Beach Street. So the sitting board is Pohl, Coombs, Thornwell, and Welch.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
It's a copy and paste error.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Okay, just to reiterate what Kathy just said, folks, the board on the application that we're reviewing right now, which is 15 Beach Street, is myself, Diane, Carrie, and Stephen. All right? Okay, Joseph, I guess you have the microphone.
Hello, Ray. Hello, everyone on the board. This is a project you saw earlier. This is 15 Beach Street. The request you made, Ray, you asked for 11-12 pitch, lower the ridge, and then see if we could lower the eaves, which we were able to do. Stephen asked for a cross section, which you can see on the left-hand side looking north, and wanted to change it to a 10 and 12 pitch. So I met you guys in the middle. I hope that's okay. So I did a 10.5 roof pitch. Carrie asked for it to be lowered, and Diane asked for it to be lowered as well. And could I get under 25 feet? So I removed 2 foot 5 inches. These are the old plans. That says 2 foot 2 3/4 inches. The reason that is because I was showing a thicker roof line. It's a 3-inch thick roof line where we're actually doing asphalt shingles. So I dropped that so that was able to pick up another 2.5 inches. So I'm at 2 foot 7 inches currently. I'm at 24 feet 7 inches. So roof pitch, lower the second floor plate 6 inches, removed a window on the front, removed the storm door that Diane had an issue with. I lowered the first floor plate slightly. I removed some shutters to try and simplify it, which was another comment that was made. There was a dormer on the north elevation. I eliminated that. But I did do a revision of the second floor plan. So the north elevation has 2 windows, and now we have just one picture window that would go above a bed. So we just changed the plan. So the bedroom's on the backside. So all in all, I believe I did everything you guys asked for, but I guess would like to hear your comments.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Now,
All right.
Hang on, board members. A few things. One, I believe that we had a letter written from a neighbor. 2, there we go. So there's a letter, thankfully brief, but so while I'm talking, if you could all read the letter, that would be helpful. 2, did this go back to Sconset Advisory?
Yes, Mr. Chair, went to Sconset Advisory on the 9th of November.
Right. So can we hear their comments on the revisions?
Yes.
Okay.
So they appreciate the height dropping. The Dory barn that's been used as inspiration is very simple. This feels more like a guest house than a primary house. The flush dormers give vertical, needs more than tweaking, feels conflicted. What is it? Needs to be thought out a little bit better. Those were the overall comments from Sconset Advisory. I did note that I had a notation from the last time you all saw it, that Mr. Welch had requested it to be between a 17 and 18 foot range in height for Codfish Park. So I did mention that to Joe during Sconset Advisory, I believe. The reduced height obviously the height has been reduced, but it's still tall for Codfish Park. And I would just notate on the north elevation, this new picture window, it seems a little odd, but obviously leave that up to the commission to take that consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Holly.
Can I just say one thing, Ray?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you saw the one letter of opposition, but there were 4 letters in favor of the design. So how come we never see those positive letters? Just curious.
Well, all of this stuff gets distributed to us.
Okay.
Behind the scenes. But now I also thank you for that. Is it true that there's somebody in the queue that wants to speak on this application? If so, what you want to do right now is unmute and identify yourself.
Well,
Kathy, did somebody contact you about speaking?
no, well, he said he might speak, but
Oh, I see.
a lot of them have nicknames.
Is it the same guy that wrote the letter?
Yes, so I don't see him with his nicknames and
Yeah, I know. It's
so yeah, so just to.
Hello?
Oh.
Hi, this is Nick, the owner of 8 Bank.
Okay, hi, Nick.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm on my son's Zoom thing, but I just wanted to chat. I don't have an opposition to the plan. It's just the setback from the road. It's the 0 setback from Beach Street.
Okay, so I believe Joe, why don't you address that? I'm pretty sure that it meets zoning,
But we're not. Yeah.
Setbacks are different in different zones, and Joe, you go ahead, explain.
So this is in the old historic district. So there is 0 frontage requirements.
0 front yard setback.
Yeah, so 0 front yard setback. But you'll notice that we're on the lot line, not on the Beach Street. There's another 10 feet of land in front of this property. And the way the privet is now, it runs right along Beach Street. So we're not, right up to Beach Street, but we're to the edge of the property. But as you know, Ray, I'm back 1 foot just to make sure eave overhangs, everything's all safe. Yeah, so we met all the zoning. And then behind there is a septic tank in our backyard. So that also is restricted, the size of the structure, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. So is there anything else that you would like to say, sir?
No, just like I said, we just purchased the property. We had a really small ocean view, and looking at the plan, I feel like some of that will be eliminated.
So the unfortunate thing, well, this board, the Historic District Commission, is charged with publicly traveled ways. So we, not that we're not concerned about that, as individuals, that's unfortunate, but as a board, we're only charged with how something appears from a publicly traveled way. Okay. In other words, if something is will potentially block your view as a private citizen, that's not this board's part of this board's purview. So that's the story on that. Okay, folks, I would like to hear from the sitting board members on Joe's revisions.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, John, I'll invite your comment, but you're not on this.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Once again, myself, Diane, Carrie, and Stephen. Anybody? I'm gonna have to choose somebody.
I can go.
Okay. Thanks.
I appreciate the changes. I want to see the elements like the shutters. You still have some, and I feel like they're a little too fussy for a simple, small building. And I think that goes for each elevation. How tall is it right now? I can't read it.
24/7.
24/7.
That's an old plan.
Yeah, that does seem a little, it would be great if you could drop it some still. But I do think the windows should seem a little more stark in the walls without the shutters. But I appreciate the rest of the simplification. The second floor deck, I think that won't be visible from a public way. I'm not sure if you can see it from the main Codfish Park Road, that one. Yeah, the shingles help. But I do think on a simple little building that you wouldn't necessarily have a second floor deck like that. That's all for now.
Okay. Thanks. The deck was an issue on the one that Matt was doing right down the street. Second floor deck. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So Joe, is this 22 Beach Street?
No, it's 15 Beach Street.
All right, so I'm at 22 on the height. I think to be consistent, it should be no more than 22, preferably lower. Codfish Park is very low slung. This design anywhere else, almost literally anywhere else on the island, I would be making a motion to approve. But in Codfish Park, it's too tall. On the architecture itself, I agree with, I do like the full shutters. I think it is barn-like, but I think on the small structure, it is a little bit too fussy to be appropriate. Concerns about the second floor exterior deck consistent with a recent approval in that area. And I think the fenestration would work if the shutters weren't there. I do think that with respect to, I know you've got a 7'4" dormer top plate, but you even in lowering the structure, regardless of lowering the structure, you've got some room, I think, to work with that top plate in order raising it or the dormer roof to make the second floor work. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I believe that leaves you, Diane. And me.
I do appreciate the changes that you have done. I would like to see it to come down to 22 feet. I think I'm not sure about, because the plans I have are so small. On the north elevation, that single window, that little teensy window on the second floor is, it's, what does it say there? It says, I don't know what it says.
Diane, do you mean the wide window or the little tiny one to the left?
One
The
with
F
mouthpiece.
window,
The what?
the one up above, behind the little deck.
Okay, the F window.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
okay,
second floor F window, which is behind the little deck that
Correct.
is there.
right.
I guess having a deck means you have to have a window, or it must be a door behind there. I think I agree with the shutters being removed. I know what you're trying to do, but I just don't think it works in this particular place. The barn type shutters are really not appropriate in Codfish Park. They had silly ones painted blue with ships cut out in the middle, which I guess was pretty popular back in the 40s. But that's the kind of shutters they had there rather than this heavy one. So I would say cut out the shutters and drop it down. And I guess in order to have that, is there a deck under on the east elevation, also on the second floor?
Well, that's the one that you were looking at the
Under
side
the,
of earlier.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. That's the only deck on the second floor. If it's not, it's east elevation. I think it's visible. I don't know. I'd like to see, I'm sorry, but I would like to see a redrawing of it. And I'd like to see the whole thing without those barn shutters. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. So basically I agree with everything, height, the deck on the second floor, which we gave Matt a very hard time for. And the shutter thing is interesting too, because it does tend to complicate a building. I appreciate the intention. Although, and this, I may be departing from the other board members on this, but I actually really like the barn shutter, like the door that would roll over the, these doors that you have on the first floor. So the shutters can go, but I kind of like that barn door. That's it for me. What would we like to do, folks?
Can I just make one comment? Just,
Call for,
I'm sorry, just a clarification. So
call for,
Hold on, Diane. I know what you're just about to say, but Joe's going to just make a quick comment. Go ahead, Joe.
So just the last meeting, it said, could you get it under 25 feet? So that's what we did. And now I'm hearing get it down to 22. So that's just extreme amount. And I do know that there's some other structures in the neighborhood that are 23 to 23.6.
Heard from one person, 22. I think there was one person who cited that number. But you did have people saying to get it a little lower.
I can do that. That's fine. I just, that was just a.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I mean, since this is a topic, I want to be clear though, I had suggested 17 to 18. So I've come up
Remember that.
4 or 5 feet. And we did hold the most recent applicant in that same area to 22 after a grueling, almost a year of hearings.
Was the world's longest HTC continuous.
Yeah, we got to practice 3 and out. But in any event, I just wanted to be clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much. So,
Stephen.
Joe, you know what you need to do. And Diane, I think you were about to make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thanks for
Joe.
everyone. Have a
Now
good
we're
night.
going to talk to Robbie Newman for a little while at 32 Brewster. Board, myself, Diane, Val, Carrie. Robbie, are you on? Do we have Robbie on?
I saw him earlier.
You might be muted. Robbie, if you can hear me, you're probably muted.
I think he's under Jody.
There. You there?
There he is.
Hello.
Okay, hi.
I had muting problems.
Yes, we're familiar. Okay, so your stuff's up, Robbie.
Okay, very good. I guess we were here a month and a half or some time ago. So let's see if we go to sheet number 6, you can see the changes compared to the original application. You got a sheet 6 there?
Oh, yeah, okay, so let's scroll down because we're on 4 now, because I do want to see the side by side. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. There you go. So the top left-hand corner, everybody thought that right-hand gabled end needed to come down and so forth. So we've changed it to the proposal above it. The elevation below in the left-hand corner, Ray, you wanted us to break that long gable. Okay, so I dropped that down and changed the scale of that. That also forced the centering of the roof walk in the main form, which was one of your concerns. Top right-hand side, I guess that just shows the break in the ridge over that second floor porch, the centering of the roof walk again in the main form. The bottom right-hand side, it's just the balancing of those ridges so the roof walk was sitting in the same plane, I guess was the comment, instead of the large form on the left on the bottom rendering.
Right.
We separated the windows in the back. That was a concern on the first floor. Eliminated some of those rectangular windows that needed to go, I guess. So
There's gable end things.
yeah.
At least the one, yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that covered, then the next sheet, there was some discussion about the height. I lowered the height slightly. We're just above 29 feet now. But Vale's comment was main comment about the height was that the neighborhood has a lot of fairly large newer buildings. So sheet number 7 shows a sampling of those, and you can see that 30 foot, our site is at 32 Brewster. You got 34, 36, 27. You guys can see the sampling of the immediate neighborhood there. So those are all, I mean, those are clearly all approaching max height there. So that, I believe, addressed our initial comments.
Hey, Robbie?
Yes?
Can you remind me of the paint colors, please?
Oh, yes.
We could.
White trim, white sash, Hamilton blue door, and natural cedar, red cedar shakes.
Okay, but white trim.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is, folks. What do any of you want to start?
I'll go.
Okay, thank you.
I like the changes. The 3 gables usually in my mind don't look great, but this one really, I think, benefited from that. But the white trim is the one thing that I think will be too much with the sort of the balance of the 3 gables. And I just would hope to see that there'd be a different, more subtle trim.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
is
you.
that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Happen to agree with you there. Val?
I appreciate the changes, and I you know, appreciate a subtler color, but there are plenty of white out there, so that is not a concern for me.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Diane? See, Diane, are you muted?
I
Oh, there we are.
appreciate the changes. And I would, I don't think of looking at your plans and all that stuff, that there's any way of dropping this down a foot or so. I know there are other houses tucked away. What view is the most obvious,
You know,
Robbie, for the,
it's, if you look at the site plan, it's, it's back off of the corner of Cathcart and Brewster by quite a bit. And there's quite a bit of vegetation on the site now. And it's,
yeah, okay, I
you can
see
see
it now.
that
I
the
have a site
topography
plan.
changes. I forgotten, and I can't quite see. Brewster Road has an elevation of looks like 40, and it goes up to a high of that where the building is sited at 47. So it's up on a little bit of a mound. It's not like you're looking down on the building. So it's from the street, from the road, it's fairly high. So it's kind of difficult to see, actually.
Right. Well, I know the area between Cathcart and Brewster. I would just remind you that one of the things with building with Nantucket in mind is not to pick the highest spot on the property.
Yep.
I don't think there's any necessity to make this any higher than it already is. I think the enlargement sort of the roof walk might go back a little bit. It is between the chimney and the roof walk. It's sort of massive on that top ridge. I don't mind the rest of the things, but you have got a basement entrance coming in off there on the right. From the south elevation is the front, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the three windows that you show on the left hand side, you don't show how deep they are, whether they are, those. Are they visible from the street, or are they underneath the building?
No, they're all below grade. That dark line is the grade line.
Okay.
Everything's below grade. You can't see those the windows or the doors.
Those things.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I work on an iPad, and it's like looking miniature. So that's good. I think that is my suggestion at the moment. I don't know whether John will go along with the length of the deck on the second floor.
John's actually not on it, Diane.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the proportion is. I think it's a lot, particularly the height of the building, but maybe we can work on that. Thank you, Bobby.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Diane. So, yeah, I think that the formality of this building wants me having it some color other than white, Robbie.
Okay.
And then somebody was talking about the roof walk, and I said, wow, if that was a white roof walk, then it might really be bad. So I think the roof walk should certainly go natural, and I'd personally be in favor of some trim color other than white, but that's my view. Can somebody make a motion for me?
Can I suggest a light gray?
Oh, hang on. What did you say, Robbie?
Did I suggest a light gray?
Well, I'd go for that. Yeah. Like platinum gray or something like that. But okay. So thanks, Robbie, for that suggestion. Did I hear a motion, or did I hear someone beginning to make one?
I'll make one.
Oh, okay, Val, go ahead.
Motion to approve through staff with the color changing to a light gray and the roof walk to be natural to weather.
I love
And
it.
what about the decks, natural to weather?
Yeah. The railing, you mean?
In the rear, the north elevation, all the second floor decking railings, yeah.
Oh, the railings?
Well, that
all
would
that,
be the
Yeah.
platinum gray, right? Or no?
Well, I thought it would go, I'm okay with it going to gray. In fact, like well,
a lot of,
I'm not in love with natural railings with painted trim all around them, but, okay. So let's see.
well, I'll go with that.
Okay.
I'll go with the painted railing. I was just thinking it should be consistent with the roof walk, but if it's gray, I guess that's fine too.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah.
go.
What if we painted the trim on the roof walk the light gray and left the skirt natural?
That's okay with me. I mean, you're not.
Me too.
Deal with me.
All right, let me start
That sounds good.
over.
Go ahead, Val.
I make a motion to approve through staff with the trim changing to the light gray and the roof walk skirt being natural to weather.
Great. All right. Thank you for the motion. On that, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're up to 45 Hulbert.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Robbie. Board on this, myself, Diane, John, Val, Stephen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And Carrie, I guess Luke will be presenting this, or? Oh, and we have two applications, by the way. We're all very familiar with this. One of them is a demo, one of them is a new building.
Unmuted.
You're not muted, you're on.
No, you're on, Luke. We can hear you.
Okay. You guys, if you recall, the last meeting, I was sent back to do some further refinements on a variety of what I thought was fairly small issues, primarily being a simplification of the windows, which was in terms of our third round at the HCC, was what we've accomplished in this round, we think, pretty well. We've reduced the variety of sizes, and the second floor now, if you look at the south elevation on A2.1, we put bigger second floor windows in the dormers, which we feel like relate more, give a greater lightness and relate more to the windows below. We've also changed on the south elevation the front door and made it a little more formal with a 4-light at the top, and we've widened it, painted it blue. It's also shifted towards the street a couple of feet. So again, make it a little more prominent from the street. The skirt, we looked at, there were a couple, I think there was kind of split, you guys were kind of split in whether horizontal was nicest or vertical. Steve had asked for us maybe to look at horizontal and going in between the piers. Once I'd evaluated this concept with the engineer, we needed to abandon it because it got highly complicated with all of the additional, with the cross bracing and the high water table. And so we're proposing a behind the cedar skirt, we're proposing the same sort of typical spread footing that's done, pretty much was done next door a few years ago with that project that I did, and is done pretty much throughout as you go down towards the newer houses. But I decided to change the skirt of the building to vertically oriented because again, many of the houses on Hulbert are this way. Many of the new construction houses are this way. It's kind of more traditional. They'll all have 1-inch spaces in between the boarding. And that will be natural, okay? So then I decided to put a horizontal water table board, which kind of separates the building and really helps kind of lift it visually above the ground plane. I did this successfully next door years ago as well. So again, I think the vertical skirt and the vertical skirt of the Widow's Walk work pretty well together. So that's the south side. On the west side of the building, again, simplification of windows and coordinated the light sizes of the windows to be more similar in size. We added bigger windows, bigger A windows on the right-hand side. The kitchen windows, we left the same size. We needed to do that to keep them above the countertop. But I think in general, the thoughts were that this was a nice looking elevation. Then on the north side, the north elevation, we looked at, variety of options for the left-hand main mass and decided that really the triple windows were very much, from a sizing standpoint, they're bigger than even the ones that Diane suggested we use in terms of their width and height. And there are many examples up and down the beach. And if you are of interest, I've provided a full beach study, both as a photographic set and a drawn set. But one of the more significant things we did on this elevation, which I think was really helped simplify it and make it more approvable, was on the right-hand mass. We reduced the number of windows and basically have just a very simple spacing, the French door set with a flanking single window on both sides. So we removed 2 windows there, which greatly reduces the overall fenestration. And I think just sort of kind of sits the building a little more comfortably. We aligned the French, of the doors, we aligned the horizontal muntins with the windows, both on the upper floor and the lower floor. So again, to kind of give more harmony and simplify make it a little bit more graceful. On the east elevation, we enlarged a lot of the windows I think you thought were too small. So we've enlarged them in accordance with the rest of the building. I think that's it.
It's pretty good.
Thank you, Luke. Now, before we start in as board members, a couple of things. One, do we have HSAB on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we have comments from HSAB for both the proposed demo still and the new dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
You all are reviewing the new dwelling, so I guess I'll read just those. But I would like to read the demo comments as well.
Why don't you read both? I mean,
okay.
Listed on the agenda, the demo was coming up first, but we kind of have to look at everything together. So why don't you just read both?
Sounds good.
Thanks.
On the demo, we don't preserve historic houses because of the way they look or because we think we can replace them with more attractive houses. We preserve them because they are part of our island's history and part of the story of that neighborhood. This is a dangerous precedent to use an excuse to improve the neighborhood that will lead to more demo requests on similar grounds. An effort should be made to work with the existing structure to meet the new needs of the owners. Other modifications can be made to improve the appearance if desired. The garage wing is most likely a more recent addition and could be redesigned or enlarged as needed. Comments for the new dwelling. The massing proportions of the new design are awkward. The main mass should be much more dominant and larger than the west additive mass. The front door should be on the main mass, not pulled 16 feet forward as part of a forward projecting wing. This may look normal on the south elevation, but the door isn't where it appears. West elevation. The small westward facing gambrel on the right is unnecessary and adds too much complexity to the design. Its narrow proportions are awkward. On the north, there should be more of a centralized dominant mass. This is unbalanced and not enough hierarchy with the additive mass. It looks like a left side and right side that don't connect to each other. Roof walk is inappropriate. North feels monolithic, needs more depth and variation of massing, fenestration, and dormers. And these comments come to you by HSAB from their November 9th meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just to be clear, so some of the language was similar to HSAB comments we had before, but these are new, right? Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
sir, they are.
definitely new because this whole idea of the front door moving further forward is a new concept. So yes. Okay, thank you, Holly. Now, the other thing is there anybody else who is in the queue right now who wants to speak on this application, either for or against? If so, unmute and let us know who you are.
Chairman,
John, hang on 1 second, okay? And if nobody else is on to speak for or against this project, you're on this, John, so I'm gonna start with you, okay? Okay, so it's sounding like nobody else is speaking on the application, so I'm gonna turn it over to the board. John is asked to speak, so John, go ahead.
this structure, as I see it here now, is that what's going to be demolished, or is this going to be?
No, this is what you're looking at right now, John, is the new building to replace the building that's there right now. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, of course.
My only comment, I think that looking at it, it's overpowering in one fact. It's got, I'm going to say possibly too many windows in its size. And the roof pitches, there's 4 different roof pitches, I think, on board it. And it's just something to look at. And the decks. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Let's see. Diane, you ready?
Yep. Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right.
I thought in our discussion the last time this was up that we had requested some sort of feeling of the maintenance of the original building so that it was not totally demolished and it was used. But was what I thought from remembering the last. I think that having spent a few hours on Saturday at the flood park and whatever that we had, that charrette we had about the flooding, it is important to interpret this in new buildings that are going up on Halbert Avenue. They showed what could be used as vents that would fit in, that the area underneath the houses should be vented in such a way that the water comes and goes and flows through. I think that is something that I know is not specifically my favorite term of not our purview, but it is something that we are learning and it should be considered. I don't mind the size of the windows. I think the windows on most of the places down on Halbert Avenue are large. They are down by the water. That's where they've been. And I think large windows are appropriate, not little small ones. I don't know of those buildings on the east side of Halbert Avenue would have small windows. So I don't mind the big windows. I'd like to see this building again. It's a lot to take in, all the aspects of it sitting on Halbert Avenue, how it relates to its neighbors. Luke, how close is it to the house lot on the east?
It is 10 feet away, basically. And you know what, Diane? I provided in all my meetings a streetscape and a beachscape that includes scale drawings to show you the full context of the neighboring buildings. And
yeah.
So
it's just I can't. It's not up on my screen, so I just wanted to check it out. I appreciate your streetscapes I think they help a great deal. But the only elevation that I think might have a few windows too many is the north elevation, but I understand fully why it is. I don't understand Asab's remark about the widow's walk. I think that it's as appropriate as any widow's walk down there. It's just two-story building of the age and architecture, I would think. I don't know. It's a lot. I studied it on the view pack, and it's so important to fit in down there. I think that's the most important thing of how it sits on the lot, and how we can keep some feeling of the old building going along with this building. And I don't have any picture of what the old one was. So
There
I
it is.
think I would like to see a picture of the original building.
It's Diane, if you look, Holly is circling it's that thing right in the middle. Yeah. So
Right.
the
Right.
lower picture is taken from the beach, of course, and the upper picture is taken from Hulbert Avenue.
And
Right. Well, see how it really fits in very well. The old building really fit in pretty well on Hulbert Avenue.
There it
It
is.
didn't give you a wall, but it worked enough with the different heights and the different of the building to be interesting. That picture right there, you can see them all, and the building next to it too, and which I hadn't noticed before. I guess this building does not have a roof, or on the old building it does not.
It's not.
But that's my comment at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see.
Mr. Chair, can I just make a comment about what Diane was mentioning about our charrette, about
Yeah.
wet proofing and dry proofing?
Yep.
That's why these design guidelines that we're working on are very, very important. We'll have that second charrette that I would love to have everybody attend if they possibly can this Saturday. This is the dialogue to get these this much needed conversation and your input into these proposed design guidelines to be an addendum to building with Nantucket in mind, because this is not going to go away. But it's also to know what's available and what the National Park Service is actually recommending, and what you all can decide on what you want to have. And I just want to take that opportunity to mention that. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks a lot, Holly. Okay, so we've heard from John, we've heard from Diane. I would like to hear from Val, if you're ready, Val.
Yep. I like a lot about this design. As I have said from the beginning, I almost think I'd like to see a little more shingle style in here. Maybe the dormer facing the street that's the closest to us could be a gable or a gambrel, and some kind of a decorative window in the dormer above the front door. With regard to what Holly said, you know, we haven't come up with any design guidelines yet, so we're at the moment kind of just dealing with buildings raising up and filling in below. One of the things that struck me in that charrette was they sort of emphasized where the piers were, and then had fill in material between the piers, which were a different material, and it almost sort of broke everything up in a rather interesting way. And that was something I thought might be a solution to look at. But ultimately, I do believe, and Luke can say yay or nay, they're going to plant in front of all of this vertical board, right?
There will be some planting in front of it. Yep. And there will also be, you know, to Ann's question,
Hey,
obviously, we're going to have flood venting.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we're not talking about the demo yet, are we?
No.
No, but I mean, it's sort of like kind of implicit in this whole discussion. So if you have anything to say on it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I would just reiterate previous comments. There's no local notoriety of the inhabitants, although I'm sure they were fine people. No notoriety of the architect, so on and so forth. Do I prefer that we would save these homes? I do, but I understand that for a variety of reasons, it's not always going to be feasible. So I think, you know, for me, it's a matter of picking battles and pushing hard. On this one, I think ultimately, while the silhouette of the home is not being replicated, I do think it's an appropriate design for the area. I appreciate the changes that have been made. I think that it's passable as it is with a natural to weather roof walk. I would ask, Luke, I appreciate, and I did not mean to have you guys look into redesigning the whole foundation system, but the pier and curtain system that I was discussing or had mentioned was more the concept of a cosmetic approach, so that you might have a false pier as opposed to a structural system, and that might be beneficial in terms of the overall look. However, I do agree that pier being brick, corners midspan, and then a fill-in of some type of natural material. However, I do agree that filling the visibility will be shrouded by vegetation, and I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Boy, I was liking the pier thing too, and kind of back to Val's point that the pier with the infill is very, it's a detail that's like totally in line with the style of this building as drawn. So I was kind of liking that idea, and like Stephen, I was thinking it didn't need to be real. It was really more of a cosmetic thing to keep these expanses of board from, you know, just reading as like a
skirt.
As a huge skirt, you know, it's like unlike a roof walk skirt, this is around the entire building. So having it broken up, I think would be a real benefit.
Mr. Chairman, I'm late to the party. Can I just add one thing on that particular part of it?
Who are you representing?
I'm with Luke and Sarah.
Okay, so keep it really brief.
Yeah, brief. The other skirts that I've been involved with down on Brant Point does have that 8-foot pier thing. It's fake or it's real, but it does break up that expansive skirt. So I don't, if we can do that through staff, it's every 8 feet or so, there's a fake pier, and that's broken up all the skirts down on Brant Point, which is very consistent with all the other skirts down there. They're not unbroken 90% of the time. It would make it look much better.
Right. You have a majority of board members that agree with you on that.
I think we'd be willing to do that.
Okay. And then I just have a curiosity question. So why did you move the entry door closer to Hobart Avenue?
That was mentioned at the last couple of meetings about the front door not having enough of a presence on Hobart Avenue.
I'm not sure that moving it closer was the point. I think it had more to do with like how it was detailed. I think, not that it's closer.
I think we did approach it both ways. We did a greater detail to the front door, and we've shown that on our door and window schedule. So we made it more prominent as a front door, and then we shifted it forward as well.
Okay, so thank you. I guess it's a well-designed house. I think that doing the piers is a great idea. Thank you for that. I'm like in the camp as Stephen expressed it, where I think just the fact that a house is old is not necessarily means that you have to go and renovate the house. I think there needs to be more to it than that. Either it's got to be, you know, a nice specimen of something or have some sort of lineage, that's very tied back into, Nantucket history. So yeah, I'm kind of okay with it. What can we do with this, folks?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, John.
Could I see the east elevation, please?
Yeah, you may.
Is he sitting on this?
Yeah.
You see, when I look at this,
Hey,
Hang on,
Okay.
Diane.
could I see the east, could I see the west elevation, please?
There it is.
Yeah, either looking at this,
Yeah.
I can't control it here. Looking at it from here, it was the other house or this one. It has an air conditioner, I think, hanging off the wall. On one of the walls.
Hmm.
It could be the other house. I just caught it in my mind. It is here.
I can't imagine you're showing any air conditioners on this, are you?
Yeah, south elevation.
I've shown that, I've identified where they're going to be on the site.
No, John is talking specifically about an air conditioner that's shown on an elevation somewhere.
No, there's no window.
Okay.
It must have been the other house.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a memory from. All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, John. So can we have a motion on this one of some sort?
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve through staff, subject to a couple of considerations. So I'm gonna think that out loud before I finalize the motion. I want to comment with respect to the piers. I know 8 foot was mentioned, and I don't think it was meant to be taken literally, but it was given as a kind of an indication. I think it's important that the pier, cosmetic piers would be situated such that it visually makes sense. So for instance, if you're looking at the south elevation, would you mind? I just want to make sure everyone's on board with this. If you're looking at the 3 bay on the right, there may be 2 piers, one on each corner and perhaps one in the center. Whereas on the 3 bay on the left, there would either be 3 or 4, depending on what the spacing was on the right. So the motion will not stipulate a particular pattern or distancing in terms of an interval. Is that okay generally with everyone?
Yeah, it's okay with me.
As long as they're evenly spaced, right, Stephen?
Well, not evenly. I mean, it needs to just make sense with respect to the elevation and the perception of the construction, because you don't want to have two piers on the left 3 bay. It's going to look odd. Whereas on the right, if you put one every 6 feet, there'd be 4 of them, and that would look odd. So I trust the designer on these elements. The motion would be to approve through staff, subject to cosmetic piers on the corners and spaced at intervals that appear appropriate, and a natural to weather roof walk in its entirety.
Great.
Okay, so that is the motion, folks. And to be clear, this motion is on the new dwelling, and we're going to take up the demo of the existing dwelling right after this. But so on Stephen's motion for the new dwelling, Val.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
No, and can I just say why?
Yeah, of course you can.
We spent 4 hours on Saturday learning what's going to happen to this island and what's going to be requested. We're putting up a new building, and they were completely ignoring what they taught us, backed up, and Holly can speak for this too, of what we need to drain. And this is a Halbert Avenue house, drain in and out. You can put piers in, and you can put any kind of wood in between that you want, but you have to create drainage vents, and this is the time to put them in.
Okay.
Otherwise,
okay,
if the building has to be.
Diane, that's straying a little far from the motion, okay? And it's fine. But the
That's
water
why
is
I-
going to flow, the water is going to flow underneath and in and out of this house. It's a FEMA regulation that it do so.
Yes, and the
So-
Concom required it from us to have breakaway panels.
Yeah, all of this, there are rules about how you do
There-
this, so that there's breakaway and so the water can go right through this thing. You have to do that, and that's like not our HDC stuff, but that's actually the Concom and FEMA. So
I-
the water will
Okay.
flow through this. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're opposed to the motion, right, Diane? Just for the record?
Right.
Okay. So let's see, Stephen, on your motion.
I'm an aye, and I'll just say that that's with the understanding that these are breakaway panels, which is what we've been approving in this area,
Yeah,
due specifically to the concerns of flooding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
yes, it's required by the Concom.
Okay, let's just to put a bow on this. I'm in favor of the motion. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. And yeah, I mean, there are FEMA requirements where they have to be breakaway panels. You don't have a choice. You know, you won't get a building permit if you don't have that. So, all right, that was that for the new dwelling. Now let's go back on the agenda to the demo of the existing building. So is there any further discussion on that?
No, I think we had plenty of history. We knew it was moved onto the site, so it's not original to the site. And for the reasons that Stephen stated very eloquently, I'm okay with this.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Otherwise, I'd like to have a motion. Anybody?
Move to-
Chairman, just to protect us and protect yourself on a motion on the demo, it'd probably help all of us if you put language in there that said it has no significant architectural style, and some of what Val already said.
Well, yeah, I mean, that shows up numerous times in the record of discussion, numerous times.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, that's that. Now let's move along to 5 Blackfish.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye, guys. Okay, 5 Blackfish. We've got, 1, 2, 3, 4 items on 5 Blackfish. So hopefully we can kill a whole bunch of them. Board on all of these 4 is myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Val. Okay? All right.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? This is Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. As you just mentioned, there are 4 applications. At the last review of this, we looked at the main house. It was held for some revisions, and we have yet to look at the other structures.
Oh, the other ones were held to track?
To track, correct.
Okay. So let's obviously look at the main.
Right. So we'll start with the main house. There were 3 comments that were made at the original viewing of the application. And I can just go through each of those individually and show how we responded to that. I'll wait till we get to the elevations, maybe.
I think I'm looking at the guest house.
That's the guest house.
The guest house.
That's the garage. Go to the, yeah, that looks like that. Okay, let's start with the south elevation. And I do have photographs also if you want to see those. The first, there were a couple of board comments on the shed dormer that is on the left-hand side on the first floor. So in the photographs, if you want to see it, I show example of a similar precedent that's in Blackfish. But if you, even more importantly, I think if you look at it in comparison to the original submission, the concerns were, if you can just slide up that, perfect. The concerns were about the size of it and we did two, in that it was too small or felt too diminutive. So we did two modifications that I think address that. One, we did make the dormers slightly wider, but more importantly, you can see reduce the length of that addition, which I think was one of the things that was sort of accenting that difference. So if you look at the original submission compared to the new submission, you'll see we shortened the length of that. And I think the combination of making the dorm a little wider and shorten the length makes it a nicer proportion for that element. There was a comment on the front door. Originally, we were proposing glass in the front door. There was a request to make that into a solid wood 6-panel door, which we have done. And then the third question, if we go to the east elevation, please. Was we have in the original design, and we're still currently proposing this, we have 2 sets of mold units on the east elevation. So again, if you would like to see, I do have photographs of numerous examples of mold windows in.
Somebody needs to mute Linda.
Of numerous molded windows, not only in Blackfish Park, but the surrounding area that are on the front of buildings. And I just want to point out that we don't have any mold units on the front of the building. These 2 that we're proposing are towards the rear on the east elevation, which is the side.
Chip, why don't you just tell us what you did on the east elevation rather than what you didn't do?
Well, you can actually, this wasn't necessarily a request, but when tweaking the design, you can see we shifted that second floor shed dormer slightly to the left from where it was originally. So although there wasn't a request, it looked a little more balanced this way. So we moved that over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members.
I'll go.
That would be great, Val. Thank you.
So, Chip, thanks for some of the revisions. I still have a problem with the dormer, and I know you've given us precedent pictures. We've seen those. I think for me, especially on the front, it just doesn't seem like it's balanced. The other examples you gave us, the dormer is in the middle of the mass. And with this being where it is, and then having 2 windows that are so far apart, there is just something about that that seems a little bit off in proportion or balance or something. So it's not necessarily the dormer. It's I think the balance of all the elements together. And I appreciate the front door change. You could even make that a 4-panel door to tie in with your 2/2 windows. But I think that's it for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Val, thanks a bunch. How about you, Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Val about the wing on the left being a little unbalanced. I'm used to seeing a shed dormer sort of centered and going all the way across, and that gives it nice weight. The way the windows are distributed on the first floor sort of adds to the sort of, I don't know, makes me feel a little queasy. So I actually did like the first go on the front door with the panels below and the windows all matching up with the front door. So I could go either way on the front door, and I appreciate the windows coming closer together on the east elevation. So I think that's all you have, Chip, right?
On this application, correct.
Oh yeah. And then
there were some modifications on the rear, but you can see on the north elevation, we're just proposing to change that second floor door from a 3-panel to 2. None of this is visible, so it wasn't mentioned as concerns on the initial, but.
Yeah, I appreciate that north dormer windows doors getting a little smaller on that second floor. That's it for me, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,
Aye.
Yeah,
I-
I was just gonna ask about Sconset Advisory.
yes, so they still had concerns on the asymmetrical front. They would also prefer the less formal door without the side lights. And then there was a question regarding the slider, but on the rear, but there's probably no visibility on that. So same concerns as last time and some of the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so continuing, how about you, Diane?
Okay, on the east elevation
Hmm,
with the shed dormer on the right-hand side and the mulled windows below it. If he unmulled, tipped those windows down below and made one go under the right-hand window on the shed door up above and one go in the middle and then do the same thing on the other side, it would be a better balanced facade there. It's crooked. No window is under the other window, so it just looks kind of messy. That's what I think. And on the elevation, I don't have it. Can you go down another elevation, Holly, where they had the single gable on the left-hand side? Not that one. That's the east. I said,
well, okay.
well, in the one that has the single gable on the left-hand side, that one, that lower one with one window in the middle. I think that compared to the other facades, which have a plethora of windows, this is very simple on the west elevation. And I would like to see, I don't know, another window on the first floor under the big gable. So it was sort of opposite the single one in the other gable. It needs some balancing on the first floor that will take the number of windows and stuff on the second floor, I think. So that's what I'm looking at the moment.
Okay, Diane,
Thank you.
thank you.
Ray,
Thank
can
you.
I just ask a quick question? Just make sure I understand that.
Go.
Yeah.
Okay, so go back please to the west elevation. So if I followed that correctly, you're looking at the larger gable on the west elevation and wanting to see a first floor window that sort of fills in that dead wall.
Yes,
Okay, got it.
Yes, that's just right.
that's what she
Yep.
said.
Yep.
Right.
I think it will balance out if you have a regular size window, not a little one. It'll balance out the first floor to meet the second floor. You know what I mean?
I think he does,
Yeah,
Diane.
absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Diane. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm looking at, I can't get it on my screen enough. You could enlarge the one, I don't know what elevation it is. I can't read it. It's too
Hey,
small.
Holly, why don't you scroll back up for John?
All right, what's on there now? Okay. Okay,
that
that
the
one
one,
right-
John?
that's it. Yeah, that's the south. Okay. On
Okay.
the south elevation, that little wing coming off, I
Mhm.
think I can't find reason enough that any of those small 5 light windows and to shorten up a dormer like that is typical to Nantucket style of architecture. And my second comment would be that the front door should stay the way it is. It's a good 6 panel and not go to that 4 light one with the side lights. It shouldn't have side lights on the, what side is that? I can't see it. South side, right to the left of it. And then the front door should be changed. Front doors that should drawn there should be leave there and not touch the one on the south elevation. That's what I'm looking at. What is it here? Should be south. You got 2 south there. Okay.
Well, yeah, one's a previous. Yeah.
And Now, the south elevation to the right. The front door is now.
Scroll down a little bit just so that you could see. There you go. Okay, so the one on the right, John, on the bottom, that's the left. The one on the right, the bigger one, that's what Chip has on the table right now. The one on the left, the smaller one, is what he had the last time we saw him. So he's bubbled the revisions between the one on the left and the one that we're reviewing now, which is the bigger one on the right.
Yeah, I don't think they're appropriate anywhere to tie into a neighborhood, because every time we do one of those, it sets a precedent for that neighborhood. And I don't think they're typical. There's a couple in Sconset, but it's not the normal thing. So I think that ought to be a different type of dormer in there, smaller. They can get one in there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. The only thing I really have to add is about the front door. Ordinarily, we're not having, I appreciate going to an opaque door, but like the side lights shouldn't go all the way down. The side lights in your first iteration were better because they lined up with the parting rail or the lock rail on the door. So I'd prefer to see that. So that's all I have to add. What should we do with this?
Wait, Greg, may I offer a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's, I would just like to offer the possibility that I could remove that front dormer on the south elevation.
All right.
Change the side light to half side lights and add the window on the west elevation that Diane was looking for.
All right, okay. So I think you might actually get somewhere with it.
I think that's my motion
Okay, so.
by the applicant.
Yeah, so Abby has just made a motion to have the side lights on the front door only be in the top, above the lock rail of the door, and the removal of the dormer on the south elevation, and I forget the side elevation.
Adding the west window that Diane wanted to see on the west elevation.
Window on the first floor. That is Abby's motion. So on that motion, let's go Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Oh, did I get you, Val?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. So now let's get over to the guest house.
So if we could, let's start with the site plan so you know where the proposed siding is on this. As a reminder, the lot is very long and skinny. It's, I forget the exact dimension, but it's over 200 feet deep. So the proposed location for the guest house, you can see, is in the very back of the lot. So it is, we could kind of zoom in a little bit and see, but as you can see, it's all the way in the back. It is probably 70, it's probably almost 200 feet back from the street, and it is behind the main house. So I just wanted to point out the location of that. And then now we can look at the elevations maybe.
The back abuts foundation land, I think.
I'm not certain of that. I know there's not a street back there. I don't know. There we go.
Oh.
There's, okay, it's another property that is on Plainfield, looks like.
Right. All right. Good to know.
So the south elevation would, which is the lower right elevation, is the one that would be facing towards the back of the main house. It draws from the same detailing and it's a 1.5-story massing of the main house. So just repeated similar detailing. You can see it's a pretty simple 1.5 story. There's a proposed pergola across the front. And then the other 3 elevations are all, again, pretty simple forms.
Hey, Chip West.
Yes.
If we've never reviewed this before, why do we have a previous?
Oh, because there was a previous And I made some revisions to it between the time. So, I mean, you can ignore that.
Well, no, but I don't want to ignore it because your previous are like head and shoulders better than the new one, because everything has gotten really vertical and tall. It's like, whoa. If we
Agreed.
know that we can get the other one, give me the previous one. But
Okay, so the issue with the previous one was ground coverage. So we need to reduce the ground coverage. So that's why I went to 1.5 stories instead of single story.
okay, well, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I'll
for-
take a shot at it.
Okay, go ahead,
Mr.
Abby.
Chair. I agree with you completely. I'm looking at the first one and I think I've seen that in Sconset somewhere. It's so appropriate. The height, the scale, the proportion of fenestration. So especially the north fenestration looks, it just doesn't fit with that. It's open moors. You can see everything out there. It just does, it seems a little out of place. So anything you could do you said you had ground cover problems, to reduce that with the first go around, I think it's much more successful. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Val?
Yeah, I agree. Is it a pool house or is it a second dwelling? Because if it's a second dwelling,
It's a second dwelling. It's labeled as a
it
guest.
doesn't really read as a dwelling. It reads as a pool house. There's no front door or no entry that says this is where you come in. And I agree with Abby about the scale. I think the newer version is too large. Although it is that far away, I think a nod back to the original is probably a good idea.
Thank you, Val. Diane?
I think that the old one is the best. The new one is no additive massing. It looks like a rocket ship, no matter which side you look at it, it's going to go. It is a guest house, and I don't know, I think that it is totally inappropriate in its height, and no additive massing, and everything seems to be up high, tippy toppy. On the second floor, the first floor becomes sort of useless. So I would like to say that I would like to see the original design used more. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. How about you, John?
Yes, sir. I'm looking at the, I can't see what it is. What floor? Let me see. Can you enlarge that just a bit, please? Okay, all right, okay. What do you got now? Okay. Go to the north elevation, then what's on the left? All right. Okay. All right, looking at what says previous north elevation and the proposed north elevation. Did something change? Is it because of the height of the fascia line on the previous, and the one on the right is raised up? How much taller is the right building than the left one? Looking at this, I can't read. It's 20.
Well,
22
there's
22 feet.
no dimension line on the previous, unfortunately.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. Proposed HDC north is 22'6", and the previous one north is doesn't have a height to it. What am I missing here? The two different heights,
Well, yeah.
previous and proposed.
Yeah, we don't know what the previous was, but I think it's pretty clear that it was lower than this, John.
Okay.
It was essentially a single-story building, I think.
And they raised it up then,
Yeah.
the roof line. Thank you.
Okay. So, hey, Chip, I'm, sorry that I threw you under the bus here. You know, but the fact that we're looking at a building that's so attractive and single story as a previous, I know we didn't review it or anything, but boy, it really kind of, for me, it highlights the fact of how vertical this building has become. So hopefully you can try and get it more back to what your ideal was initially. Can we have a motion on this one?
Motion to hold for some
Oh,
revision.
Diane, Val beat you to the punch there. So on that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Could you repeat that motion, please?
It's to hold for revisions, John.
I'm sorry?
Hold for revisions.
Thank you.
You're in favor? I think that means yes. Yeah, Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, let's quickly do the garage.
Aye.
Oh,
Oh, boy, look at this.
okay, so again, well, actually, here we go. This one seems to have maybe gotten smaller, right?
That's correct. That's what I was going to say. We can, as far as you can, ignore the previous one and just look at the one before you. So it is smaller. It's a super simple one car garage. I can't say much about it. It's short, it's simple. It's got a barn door and a couple of windows.
How tall is it?
If you blow it up, you can see on the east elevation. Let's blow up that a little bit. We can read it. Actually, it's on any one of the elevations. So you can go to any elevation and just. The proposed height is 1611.
Yeah, this is a motion to approve, I think.
All right, good enough for me. Thanks, Abby. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Great, Abby?
Aye.
I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, so Chip, you got 2 so far. And how about the pool cabana?
Well, let's take a look.
All right, let's.
So pretty simple, open cabana. You can look at the proposed heights, about the same as the garage, so 17 feet. I think it kind of speaks for itself. It's got a solid wall in the back and open on the front.
I think it's too big. It's about the size of the garage, and these open cabana structures are taking over everywhere. I think it needs to be reduced. The roof plane over the little skinny walls just needs to be simpler. It's an outdoor kitchen, so these don't count as ground cover, but yet they have these huge roof systems and windows in the gable and windows on the sidewall. I think it needs to change.
Okay, thanks, Val. I appreciate that. Abby?
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble with this agora effect, this sort of pavilion. I don't know what, I don't have the words for it. I'd rather see a more traditional cabana. And I mean, I guess reduced in size. I'm not really sure about that. It's just too unusual. It's all that openness in the columns. It's so Greek. Anyway,
okay.
Something needs to be filled in a little bit.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Diane?
On the, it's a pool house, basically, and I don't know why we have a roof up, a light window up in the peak of the gable. If it's going to be a pool house where they're going to sit down, there's no bathroom there, so they're going to go back to the house to go there. It is an odd pool house cabana because it's everything from what the picture shows is outside, except with the pillars. And it needs to be simpler. It needs to not have windows when the whole thing is wide open. It's sort of contrary to each other. So I would say I would like to see revisions to make it simpler.
Okay, thanks, Diane. John?
Can I see the floor plan, please?
Yeah, if you can scroll over, there you go. There it is, John.
It doesn't give dimensions.
It does. They're really light. It almost looks like 16 feet by,
Okay,
John, I'm sorry, 18 by 18.
18, okay. I'm counting 16 pillars in here.
No.
You know,
There's one, six.
that's an awful lot for that
There's-
small
there's-
building.
There's 12. Actually, some of them are pilasters, but
They should eliminate it to maybe 2 or 3 on each wall. But you got 4, 8, 12, 16 of them. And the floor plan shows 12.
right. Shows 12.
So there's too many on there.
Okay. All right, John.
Yeah, well, maybe we should hope for revisions.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So the motion is made to hold for some revisions on that motion. Val?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
I
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, see you next time, Chip.
Thank you, everyone. Have a beautiful evening. See you.
Thanks, you
Yeah.
too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Ethan, are you around for 3 Summer?
I am here. Good evening.
Okay, great. So board on this, myself, Diane, John. Oh, it's the same board that we had on the previous application, Abby and Val. Okay, go.
Okay, so one of the things that the board requested was a little bit more historical information. So we did a little bit more research, spoke with Holly, we went back through the NHA archives, and we found some really interesting photos of this structure throughout the years. We think instead of the 1909, which was shown in the HEC survey, it's probably more like 1860s. It doesn't appear on any maps prior to 1858. In 1900, it actually had this rear shed off the back, which is kind of similar to what we're proposing now, which I thought was pretty interesting. And that was from about 1890, I think, to, we're not sure when it was removed. And then the current front shed was put on sometime in the like the 1960s or 70s.
Okay.
But so we can definitely, you know, provide a little bit more, you know, historical information. Also, I want to clarify just the cardinal directions. It was a little confusing on the last application.
Right.
North is the rear of the lot. South is on Summer Street. And then east and west are the sides. The east side faces a church. The west side faces kind of this little courtyard that they created with these privet hedges, which you'll see in subsequent photos.
Okay.
We did actually make some revisions based on the comments. There was some concern that the board had on the west elevation with the proximity of a double French door that we're proposing with the existing entry door. So you'll see when we get to the elevations that we tweaked that a little bit, which may seem more appropriate. But these were some really great images we found off the NHA's website, which seems to have updated their archive to higher res images, which are great.
I'll start, Mr. Chairman.
Well, hang on. He hasn't shown us his revisions yet, but I'll take you first, John. Okay.
Okay.
Well, no, John, hang on one second, because Ethan just needs to explain what the revisions were, okay? And I'll take you right after Ethan's finished. Well, actually, Ethan, and I want to hear HSAB too, I think.
Yep.
You must have reviewed that.
So the only revisions from the last meeting are shown on the west elevation, which I think is on the next sheet. Yep. So previously on that west side, we had a double panel French door where one of those windows is.
It doesn't like that high resolution
Yeah, I
photo.
guess not.
Sorry. Sorry, guys. Yeah. let's get back to
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
That's a
So,
neat map.
so that that west elevation is what we changed previously, where that right-hand E window was. We had a double French door there. So we've flipped the location of the door, made it a single, and then added, windows. So it's a little bit more organized. We've aligned the windows with the existing windows, and just try to simplify it a little bit more. I think it was a little awkward with the French door right next to what essentially is the front door of the house.
Okay. Was that it, Ethan?
Yeah, that's the only revision from the previous meeting. So everything else is, as proposed, was the same as we proposed at the previous meeting, and same with what HSAB reviewed.
Okay. Well, so Holly, did HSAB take another crack at this, or?
Yes, sir, they did. On the west elevation, that looks better, but prefer the door to be on the back elevation. Just because now you have a door and a door. On the north elevation was to check for visibility. If it's visible, the balcony is inappropriate, were their comments.
Okay.
I do appreciate the additional research that Ethan has done.
Yeah, that
Thank you,
was
sir.
fine. Thanks. Thanks, Holly. Okay, board members, I guess, John, you can start if you'd like.
Yes, sir. Basically, first little history. This structure was owned by Mr. Halsey. He owned the house on Main Street side. He owned all the way down to Main Street from this building. Had a big yard there. Anyway, I've been his caretaker for years, and he's passed on. Anyway, what you just showed earlier showed what was there in 1950s, and it's been changed over now in this application here. But a lot of it that's there was there back in the 50s. So I'm just saying, you look at the picture of the old one, we say the west side, basically, I think, is what was there with the cupola. So it's all, a lot of that is existing with some changes on this one. Thank you.
Okay, John, thanks. Val?
I appreciate the changes. I like HSAB's suggestion of the French door moving around the corner. I think your kitchen can still work perfectly well. And I don't believe you'll see the north second floor. If there was some concern about that, maybe shingling the railing would mitigate the impact of the doors and just make them look like windows, but that's it, Mr. Chair. I
Okay,
think it's
Val, thank you.
appropriate.
Abby, how about you? You there, Abby? Let's see. Diane, why don't you go?
Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead,
On the
Diane.
north elevation.
Yeah, Diane, go
On
ahead.
the north elevation rear, I think that the two doors and the deck up there are too much. I don't know what the interior is. Is it one room or two rooms up there?
It's 2 small bedrooms.
Oh, well,
Two small bedrooms.
then I guess you're stuck with the two doors. I just thought it would look better. Yeah, it looked better with the single one. I appreciate the changes and the simplicity of it. And maybe, hopefully, we won't see the north elevation to any extent. I appreciate the moving of the door around to the other side, the north side, and that's all. Other than that, I think it handles what we have asked for.
Okay, thanks very much, Diane. How about you, Abby?
Yeah, it's such a wonderful building. I'm so glad you get to renovate it, Ethan. My only concern is the west, because it's such a unique building and such a really well balanced elevation. I don't really care about the other elevations. I wish that the window below the far left window on the second floor was the same proportion. I hate losing that balance, but it's obviously a kitchen, and I don't know what to say. If there's anything to mitigate that, those two smaller windows, I'd be so grateful. But anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. I'm certain that the north elevation will not be visible, and I'm kind of questioning to what extent the west elevation is actually visible, other than sort of like looking down the side. You had photos of that, I'm sure.
Correct. Yeah, you can see on the cover page, we shot a bunch of images from summer. I really do think there's that massive arbor that's there. We also shot photos from Main Street as well, and there's just no visibility.
Yeah,
but if you go up one more page, Holly, yeah. So these are the photos along Summer Street, and you can see that west elevation. You're basically looking, over their gate at their driveway through a hedge. With just has a little arbor kind of aperture in it.
We can't even really see the frontage piece or the little porch around the quote unquote front door that's on that side.
Right. I mean, and you're looking at it through such an oblique angle. It is very difficult to even make out anything on that west elevation.
Thanks, Ethan. I'm going to go with whatever. If somebody makes a motion, I'll I don't have any major issues here.
Can we say approved as submitted?
We could. Let's see how that goes, okay? So Diane has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Okay, Abby.
Aye.
Okay, John.
Aye.
Okay, Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Well, I guess that motion carried, Diane. Okay, there you go, Ethan. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and so 8 Old Westmore. Yep, board, myself, Diane, same. Oh no, actually Steven's on this one.
I'm not on it.
And you are actually, Abby. Do you need to take a break soon? I just heard a dog barking. I figured it was yours.
Yeah, no, I can wait a bit.
Because, the fact is, it looks like you're on 14 is the first time you're going to have a break, but that should hopefully happen before too long.
Should I take it now? Are you saying I can't?
No, I'm suggesting if you can hold on until 14, that would be the first one that you're actually not sitting on.
Okay, very good.
Okay. So, John, you're not on this one. This is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen. Okay. Workshop. Okay.
I am here. Hello, board. How are you all doing?
Good. How you doing?
Doing all right. The last time this was heard, I think the board was going to go back out and take another look to sort of confirm the lack of visibility on the project itself. I think if you all went back there, you can see that certainly along 3 of the sides, really all 4 sides of the property, the vegetation is pretty extensive, all of which is remaining from where the green and red barn that were there from previous discussions. The house is set back about 170 feet from Old Westmore Farm Road. So it's pretty far in the distance, even if there was some visibility potentially of the roof lines. It has natural trim. It's not painted trim. And I think based on, the varied context of homes that exist in that neighborhood, of which none have any sort of historic characteristics to them, I think sort of the 3 gable pavilion approach here is really quite simple. And, again, I think there's a real lack of visibility to it, but I don't think even if you were to see the upper gable portions of these roof structures, that they would have any sort of adverse effect on the neighborhood or the context. You would just see, the upper gable portion above the trees that exist. So That's really what I have to, there's really no true frontage to the street, the way the whole entrance works, the way the previous structures that were there exist, and some of the other adjacent structures there also don't have any real orientation to the street either. So
Okay.
That's what I have.
Thank you. All right, board members. Anybody want to start?
Sure.
Yeah, go.
I did go and view again today, and while there is heavy vegetation, you can see through the vegetation. So my concern is that specifically the south is going to be visible, and that's also, there's a pool there. So you drive in the driveway and past the pool to get around the back to the house. But nonetheless, really and truly, nothing changed except for one window on the north. They split it into two instead of one long window. For me, the concern is the little connector pieces are all glass, and these large windows with very inconsistent sizes and proportions for, I don't really understand what reason, but at night, I just feel like the oversized, especially the 2.5 story windows, are going to be a concern. You're going to see those when those are lit up. I don't care what you say. From Westmore Lane, we drove down Westmore Lane, we went through Westmore Farm, and I don't believe it's as invisible as you think it's going to be. And for those reasons, I wouldn't feel comfortable approving this the way it is.
Okay. Thank you very much. How about you, Abby? You ready? I can come back to you. Oh, Abby's muted. You're muted, dear.
Okay, yeah, come back to me, please.
Okay, Stephen?
Yes. All right, let me just pull this up. I thought you were going to Abby.
Taking everybody by surprise.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, I have concerns about this. I believe I stated them previously. However, the massing is not as much of a current concern as the fenestration. The fenestration is a concern. I agree with Val with respect to the lighting. I think that is relevant. And also just overall with respect to the design elements, if they are visible. And I think for this to be approvable, I would want to have some type of a, I think the applicant would need to propose some type of a surety to address screening of visibility after the fact.
Well,
it's just so incongruent that, if these were, forgive me, Mr. Chair, but if these were 12 over 12 large windows and they became visible at some point, it might not be the end of the world. But with respect to just what they, six light, super large windows, which are so atypical, I would have serious reservations about approving this without some type of a surety involved.
Is surety also known as a bond?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an attorney, but I think that we would want to have something proposed by the applicant.
Has the HGC ever done that? Has the HGC ever done that before?
Actually, they have. I have to do some more research on it, but historically there have been some, I don't know if it was a surety bond, but actually the HGC used to put deed restrictions on properties. I'm not suggesting that, but I would like to have something that passes muster with town council. And frankly, I think it's probably long past due. It's not just this application, but there are, my concern that is coming up with this particular application is the extent to which the fenestration is atypical. If it is viewed, I think it will be problematic for a variety of reasons, not least of which is other people will be coming in for these. And I guess the point I was trying to make with respect to other applications is that I'm not comfortable that the HDC has the teeth with, I'll hold my tongue on that. I don't think it's beneficial to be discussing that at this point. So I think I made my points with respect to this application. With the fenestration change, I would, be comfortable with actually making a motion for approval.
Well, we'd have to get way more specific about the fenestration change, but thank you for the comments, Stephen. Let's see. Abby, are you ready? And we
Yeah,
also have Diane.
Yep, I'll go really quickly. I'm okay with the south and the west. Can we scroll to the east and the north, please? Yeah. So here lies the problem for me, given the, worried about the visibility. Is there any way to tone those double 6/6 gigantic windows down? I realize it's probably your whole concept, but it's just, anyway, that's my question, because along with the really long uninterrupted roof line, it's a little bit hard looking. So I would like to see some varying in the roof line and those 3/3 huge, enormous windows. Other than that, I'm okay.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Diane. Oh, Diane, you're muted. I can see you talking.
No, I caught
There
it.
you
I would say that the fenestration on the buildings on all four sides are inappropriate to the area that this house is requested to be put in. I think there isn't a facade that is anything like anything else you'll see. Most of them are mulled, those 3/3s. There are no window that you will find in Nantucket. The B's windows are why, and then you have the small windows up above. It needs to have the fenestration redone. It is not appropriate. I think also if you could get a site plan again, Holly, I've only got the south and the east elevations. The pool, how big is the pool? There are no sizes on it.
Well, we're actually not.
We'll come back for the landscape. Yeah, we'll come back for the landscape on that.
Oh, all right. I didn't realize we were going to see separately. That is what when you come in the driveway, you come around, there isn't a place that you don't see all the sides of the house, with the exception perhaps of the north, because of the way the driveway comes in and because of the way that Old Farm Road or Westmore Farm Road exists. So the facade is of all the sides are not appropriate in this area, or even more so in the so that is what I would say for now. I have more to say later, see what he does, but that's what I see now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So I was going to say, I'm mainly concerned about the fenestration, also the chimneys, these monolithic vertical things. But how long is that ridge, Andrew?
The longest ridge is 45 feet, right?
Okay. I mean, it just seems to be.
Every ridge, all the ridges are well under 50 feet. The longest one is 45, and the height is about 28 feet.
All right. And what Stephen was getting at was, basically the idea of a bond is, a kind of a way of saying, well, if you really stand behind the fact that everything will be completely invisible forever in perpetuity, then at least we have a bond that we can fall back on to, be compensated if that turns out not to be true. But so, barring that, I think that you might want to consider some revisions. to the
Can I
application.
just, can I ask a couple questions? I just want to,
Really, really super briefly, because you had
I'll
all
be
the
brief.
unanimous concerns here.
I know, but just so we're straight, the driveway is not a public way.
No,
The
no, we
only
understand.
portion of this
We
project,
understand that.
but I'm confused because even Diane said like you would see the side, like if anybody drove down that, you actually can't see anything.
Listen, Andrew, we're on
Yeah.
the HDC. We know that driveways are not a public way.
Yeah, but then the only facade you can see, potentially see on this house is the south facade. So wouldn't that mean that
It's the summertime.
elements?
Andrew,
No, it's all
summertime.
evergreen. It's all evergreen.
Okay.
It's all evergreen.
No,
I'm just
it
trying to
isn't all
understand. So I just
Well,
want to
I was there
understand
today and I could see the house that's there. Standing
from
on
where,
the,
Val, on Old Westmore.
yep.
Which, by the way, is a public way.
And there's a
Yeah,
big
that's a-
pool apparatus right on the street that's uncovered too.
Okay, so the board has concerns about this.
Okay.
Voice them. So I would like a motion from somebody of some
I
kind.
make them to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Diane. That's kind of what I was looking for. So on Diane's motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you. Now
Okay,
let's see,
thanks.
Marty, thank you. See you next time, Andrew.
Yep. Okay.
Last time, poor Marty was having real difficulties with his internet connection. Is he on?
I don't see him.
Not
He
her-
did get an invitation, so.
Okay.
Okay.
I did talk to him afterwards and I said, look, you got to take a bunch of pictures. I saw all the retainage out there, not his, the neighbor's retainage, and it's pretty phenomenal. Anyway,
Yeah, I
we
saw
won't,
that.
we won't discuss it. We have to hold this one for
Let's
representation.
hold for representation.
Thank you very much, Abby. So on that motion, we have Val.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
I thought you said I wasn't on it.
No, you're on this one, but it's not being heard because Marty isn't here. So the motion is to hold for representation. Are you in favor of that motion?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. So John's in favor. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, so now Val, we're up to you for a couple of things.
Oh.
Vote on this. Myself, Diane, Abby, Stephen.
Okay. When you guys reviewed this, you just had some concerns about the balcony needed some more roof showing, so push the deck back there. And I separated instead of two doors, I made a door and a window up there. And I think a bigger concern, because one side, the right side, which is the west, has no changes. On the east, there was some concern with how the dormers were uneven. So we've evened those up, and I've incorporated the porch roof into the eave line, so there is no disconnect there. So it's a smoother transition, which also sort of hugs the deck in that corner better, I think. And we made the dormer smaller on the rear, so the windows reflect that. And I believe that was all the concerns that you guys had.
Okay. Thanks,
I
Val.
can take a shot.
All right, go.
Yeah, because I appreciate the changes on the left, the south, what you call southeast. That really cleans it up for me. I was wondering on the left, the southwest, if those windows in the dormer couldn't be 2/2s instead of whatever those are, flip outs.
Yeah, there's just not enough room for a little.
You couldn't do like two little 2/2s. that, you just,
Yeah, I don't think they'd fit, but go ahead.
yeah, I just think the big square painless windows look odd.
Can I
I
ask
think
you a
it
question,
kind.
Abby?
Sorry?
What?
I'm going to ask Abby a question here because I'm not sure that she's concerned necessarily about the fact that they're awning windows so much as that they're just two lights.
No.
Yes,
y-
yes.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's almost like you want to take those and in order to keep the vertical format, go like 6 light or
Yes.
something like that so that she
It
just
needs
wants.
a horizontal.
I don't think she wants a double hung. She just wants more panes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't understanding that. And that's the rear of the house, so I'm
That's
sure
back,
that's
yeah.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and then could we scroll up to like the north? Okay, yeah, here.
So initially I had proposed changing the circle light out to 2 double windows and you guys thought those were too big for the facade. So they just want to keep the circle top window that's existing.
Oh darn, because I don't like that sunburst thing. I prefer the oversized 2/2s. I like the first iteration of the Northeast better than the revised.
Okay, to be clear on that, the stuff that's happening on the left where she took a pair of doors and changed it into a door and window, that's not what you're talking about. You're really talking about the double windows going to the back to what it was.
Everything in the first submission on the third floor, I prefer.
Oh, okay. All right, fair
I
enough.
think it's more harmonious.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I did actually have comments from HSAB
Oh,
to
yeah, go
pass
ahead.
along.
Go ahead,
So
sorry.
they met last Monday, November 9th. I think these are very similar to the previous comments. Adding a 3rd floor deck on the roof of any building is inappropriate and is unprecedented. This is highly visible from the street. Altering and adding more height to the southeast gable in this way is very awkward and competes with the main forward gable. Adding a 3rd floor to this narrow side gable is too big, a stretch, and doesn't work. The 2nd floor porch roof is fine, and they did appreciate keeping the half moon circle window. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, interesting. They appreciated keeping that. All right, good to know. Okay, thanks, Holly. Let's see. Diane. Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
Okay, I like on the northeast facing North Beach Street, I like the right hand of the revised submission. I think the little half round window is not unusual down in that area. And I think that the separation of the windows on the 3rd floor and the removal of those plain glass windows on the deck are good, or are something I could approve. I would like to go down and see the west and east. Southeast. Val, in your southeast, on that gable on the left-hand side, is beside those 2 windows, a window on each floor, is there a staircase?
I'm not what you're asking. Sorry, that blank wall facade is as it exists.
As it exists. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. And there are pictures, or there should be.
Okay.
You want to continue, Diane?
Yeah, I don't mind the 3 windows on the southwest side, whatever you want to call them, that they do. I think that that whole dormer and stuff is good being smaller, and that the windows are good being smaller next to it. So those are the only problems. See, there's one of those windows, and it's sort of indigenous to the area. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Diane. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with Diane. In particular, I think that deck on the third floor with more roof exposed, it shows up, I think it reads a little more harmoniously on the northeast elevation facing North Beach. But if you scroll down and you look at the southeast elevation, is it the southeast? Yeah, I think it also helps as you're coming down North Beach and you're looking at the structure, it's just better integrated. So I appreciate the changes, no concerns with the other elements. Thank you.
Yeah, I think all things considered, I'm fine with the revisions as submitted. So
can we do
is
a
submitted.
motion to approve
as
submitted?
We can do that, Diane. Thanks for the motion. On that motion, let's see.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. That was Abby. Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Did I say I was in favor? Yeah. So that motion carries. Okay, let's go to 28th South Shore. And then, Abby, you'll be able to take a break right after this.
Thank you.
I think the bulk of the concern with this, when you looked at it, was everybody felt the massing was okay. It was more about windows. Primarily.
Well, I should just identify the board too, although
Okay.
I think everyone on the board can read. So they're all reading the same agenda that I'm reading, which says that I'm on it, Diane, Abby, and Carrie. That's our board. Okay, go ahead.
So there was an overall feeling that there were too many windows and they were too lined up on the front facade, that the south gable window should be a little bit smaller or larger.
It appears to
I
be
think
larger.
And that the front door should have some more beef to it. So they put some trim around the front door, some thicker trim with some
Val,
detail.
Val,
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt you, but they didn't actually. The front door looks exactly the way it did in the previous.
So that's not the plan I'm looking at.
Oh,
Interesting.
There are changes. I mean, the roof line went down on the
Yeah,
right.
so that one you just had was the changes from the first time.
oh,
Keep going.
oh, so there, if we scroll down.
Yeah, so that tracked with the rest of the projects and we made changes on the front end, and that's the ones you just looked at, but there's a new submission of changes.
Okay, good, perfect. Because it sounded like you were making the windows smaller, but it actually had gotten larger.
Maybe I didn't send them in. Okay, so you don't have the right plan.
Wah.
So just hold and I will submit that.
Okay, sorry about that.
Motion to hold for the correct drawings.
Yeah, we really kind of have nothing to review here. So
Sorry.
on the motion to actually get something to review, Carrie.
Can I put those in for Thursday?
Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair, I think the drawings are in the, they're in the view online. I'm looking at dormer changes and whatnot. I'm not sitting on this, but I just want to point out.
No, but are you looking at we were looking at something. We realized it didn't have it didn't have.
Yeah, so maybe that didn't make it to, it's okay. If we can just move.
It might just be a matter of the wrong PDF was saved. So.
Okay, let's not belabor this. It
Okay.
sounds like Val is okay with us just moving forward. So
Can I just move it though to
Thursday?
Yeah.
Thursday. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, so Diane, you made a motion to hold it for Thursday? Is that what your motion was? Okay, so on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. And I'm in favor of that motion, Carrie. See you Thursday. And then, okay, so you're off of the next few there, Abby.
Okay, I'm gone.
All right, we'll see you in a little while. And so the board on this, this is solar panels. The board on this is myself, Diane, Val, and Carrie. Oh yeah, I remember this.
Mr. Chair, good evening.
Hi there.
Okay, so on our last presentation, there was a couple of things that we were asked to go and do with respect to revisions, which we've done. The first one was that we had proposed in the prior one that the owner would put a new black shingle roof on the dormers, and the board felt that that would potentially have conflict with the older roof. So the owner is prepared to put an entire new roof on the property to all black shingles.
Okay, thank you.
And then the second item was, could we potentially move the panels further up the dormers so the bottom edge, there was a gap between the bottom edge of the dormers and the bottom edge of the panels?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer to that is yes, we can create a 12-inch gap between the bottom of the panels and the leading edge of the dormers. So that will further set them back. It's difficult to see on these elevations here on the left because they are sort of like at the level of the property, which is not the same as what you would see from Main Street, because Main Street's much lower. That creates that's that where that's highlighted there. That's actually showing the mock-up that we did, but that mock-up would go back about 10 inches. That mock-up's about 2 inches off the leading edge.
Oh, so this is the earlier mock-up, and you're
saying this is the earlier mock-up. Yeah, we didn't want to keep, at the time we didn't want to pull it out and move it back, but we did get up there and measure, and so we can move that back to 12 inches off the leading edge.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Wait, I want to make sure Tim's done.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The HSAB was okay with the proposed changes and limit the height above the roof to 2 inches of the roof, but they would like to see the revised mock-up moved and viewed again.
Holly?
Yes.
What was the first comment?
Okay with proposed changes and limit height above the roof to 2 inches. So off the roof.
You mean
Sorry.
the thickness?
Yes, coming off the roof.
Yeah, I don't, the thickness of the panel, I don't think is in play. I think that's something that Tim has no control over. Am I right there? It's like 4.
Yeah, we can do 4 inches. We can't go to 2. It's just
4
not.
inches.
Yeah.
So
they would like to see the mock-up of the revised again.
So a 2x4, I'm going to remind everyone, is 3.5 inches high. So it's just a 1/2 inch shorter than the panels themselves would be. So board members.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
That would be great.
I appreciate the changes, and I would jump on board with this.
Okay. And that's as one who has done extensive research into the solar panel thing. So,
well, I just think he's done everything that would make me feel comfortable with approving this in this area, the roof color changing and that it's pushed back. And he's right. We were down there today and walking on the street, you can't even see the top of these dormers.
yeah, well, the fact that dormers are such a low pitch is helping this situation. So, okay, so thanks for that, Val. How about you, Diane?
No, I think from the height of the of the building above Main Street and moving those solar panels back so they're not right on the edge, should be successful.
Oh,
So I would go along with it.
okay. How about you, Carrie?
I agree.
All right. I think we have liftoff. That means somebody can make a motion.
I would motion to approve as submitted.
All right.
today.
Thanks for the motion, Val. On the motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, Tim, there you go.
Thank you so much, everybody.
We're working with the board. Next up, Brooke is on 38 Prospect. The board here is myself, Diane, Val, and Carrie. Oh, Carrie and Stephen. Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, John.
I have a question, excuse me. On 132 Main, I thought I sat on that, I'm not sure.
No, I don't recall you being on it, John, but
Okay, I didn't. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
all right, thanks. Okay, Brooke, you're there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
good. Yes.
All right, I think this is the third incarnation of this project. And as you scroll through, you'll see the different front elevations. I think just after this page, so this page, two more pages, you'll see like the three different front elevations that we've had, and then the current one. So I think we can start there. And I will see what you have to say. The building is smaller. It's definitely not as cut up as it was. I was trying to relate it more to the Fraker house, which everybody seems to like. And I guess I will just wait to hear what you have to say.
Does that say 20, how tall is it? 27, 22 feet? I can't.
27.
27.
27.
Yeah, so it went from like 27 and a half to
1 foot 2 inches. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it went up and down depending on what pitch we were playing with at the time.
Okay.
So
HSAB we have on this?
Yes, sir. HSAB saw this November 9th. Main dwelling, ridge is too long, flush dormer on front is awkward. Windows on front should be consistent and simpler, all 6/6. Delete the small window beside the front door. Front door should be 4 or 6 panel. Front porch doesn't fit into the neighborhood. Frakers has a front porch, but that is an 1880 house, so it's probably added later. Hipped ends of front porch don't relate well to this neighborhood or house or neighborhood, but should have a chimney. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Board.
I'll
Can
go.
we see a site plan? Ray,
Yeah, Holly's getting it for you. There you go.
that's, well, I'd like to, there.
You like what?
No, I wanted to see where it was in conjunction with the other two houses on Prospect and going up to the old mill, because I think that's a whole streetscape that needs to be maintained.
Right. So now, I don't want to get into too long a discussion, but originally I think Brooke had the house and the cottage flipped so that the house was more up by Prospect. So he moved it down the hill so that it's really addressing North Mill Street now as opposed to Prospect.
that is correct.
Unlike, say, Leprey's house, so you can continue. Sorry, Diane.
No, I just, it's so hard to pick out this particular area every time I go and think it looks good, then it doesn't work. I think that the submission that Ashab made a comment about is true. The facade of the building on the east elevation is not what we see there. The 6/6s are Marjorie Mills's house, which is the one, and the land from which all this stuff is going, is what their windows are 12/12s. But I think the front porch is not what we want with, and I think the front door needs to be, unfortunately, in this building, it needs to be old fashioned 6-panel one. To me, this is a very difficult place to place everything so it fits in and doesn't wipe out the historic value of the other buildings, and in a few feet beyond the old mill. So this is Brook. This building is the one that is now closest to Prospect Street, right?
Yeah.
Well, the building, like Ray had said before, it was on Prospect. Now it's down the hill at North Mill Street. So it's definitely it's probably about 10, 12 feet below Prospect Street.
What she means is of the subdivision, it's the one that's.
Oh, yes, correct.
Okay.
All right. Well, that for the just picking out architectural features, that's what I would like to see. I hope that in the progression of this place that we try and keep the houses fitting in. They don't have to mimic each other, but they have to have the same genre. So the specific things I mentioned, the front door, the 2 side lights, the roof over that, I think should be rearranged or done. Other than that, I'll wait until the next time.
Okay, Diane, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yep. Val?
Sure. I appreciate the changes. I can think of maybe one thing that would maybe change and make it more like Fraker's, and that would be to connect the eaves on the second floor with the porch, so it's more one roof line that just has a bend in it like theirs does.
Right, like a broken back.
Yeah, to mitigate the little cheek walls there, I think it will just bring it all together and make it more like that house. And I do agree with making the smaller window big. I mean, they could block that off on the inside. I know that's less than optimal, but and then I would be fine with this. I do have a concern that maybe the side with all the French doors may be seen, but I think you can mitigate that with some landscaping and the garage. It's not a garage, it's a
Second dwelling, yep.
right. Yeah. But really, that's it for me.
Okay, thanks, Val. Carrie?
I agree with Val. I think the hip porch and the dormer above it sort of matching, it's sort of distracting somehow to me. But I do think tying all that together will make it sort of more appropriate for this neighborhood. And and I agree with the windows as well. I think they should be a little more regular. I think the 2 at the front door are also I just think they seem inappropriate as well. And also the front door, it seems more cottagey than sort of large scale traditional house. I do think the Prospect Street side is pretty heavily planted right now. And I think if that stays, you won't really get a good glimpse of this house unless you're walking down the road. on North Mill. So I'm in agreement with what's been said and of course what I just said.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it's too large a house to be cottagey, but it's a cottagey design. I think you can pull that off in Surfside. I think you can pull it off on Pilgrim Road with depending on the detailing of the architectural elements. I think a house of this size in that location should, if it's going to be, should have more of a formal presence. If it doesn't have a formal presence, then it should have more additive massing. Primarily, I'm speaking with regards to the west elevation, which is visible from North Mill Street. These are consistent with my previous comments that the structure should look similar with respect to kind of a historic presence to other homes in the neighborhood. Not necessarily a particular home, but just the general sense. I would urge everyone to consider the fact that this is one of multiple homes in the area. This will be setting the trend, the tone, and the presence for a small community in the historic district. In addition to that, I'm concerned with the fact that the structure is now back to approximately 5 feet off the north, I believe it's the north property line. And I think that that's inappropriate given the design itself. There may be particular designs that would work with, but not this one due to its massing. And I wish that this showed more of a presence similar to the west elevation facing North Mill Street of the small structure that's being proposed and we'll be hearing next. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. I just have a few things to add here because there's obviously a lot to think about. So as much as I like the idea of making that farmer's porch into a broken back, it won't work with the flush dormer thing. Like those two roofs are not going to connect. Just saying that, unless something dramatic happens. Now, so this house is kind of a larger version of one of my favorite houses on Nantucket, which is on Pleasant Street. And if you were on Silver Street driving to Pleasant and you lost your brakes, you'd wind up in the front yard of that house. It's this really beautiful little farmhouse with a farmer's porch on the front with a flush dormer just like this. And it has yellow clapboard on it. And it's a fabulous house. But there's something about that house. It's very simple. Like all the windows are consistent. There's not that infill piece on the left-hand side of the porch, et cetera. So I think I like the concept. I just think that you need to work on sort of the rendering of it so that it gets it closer to being a really just adorable in-town house. So that's all I have to say. Okay, we want to make a motion on this? Somebody?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Rock. Okay, on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of motion carries. And now second dwelling. Have we reviewed this yet?
Not yet. I think we've been kind of waiting for the main house to have a direction, and I think tonight we're about as close to a direction as we've had. So I'd love to at least take a look at the second dwelling.
Sorry, we should move forward with review?
I would like that.
Okay, let's go.
I think, but I can say that the last time there were some basic concerns. The last time this was reviewed, which was I think 2 meetings ago, and that was there was a request to shift the east elevation away from Prospect Street, and also to divide up the long dormer just so that it was a little bit more broken up on that side.
Okay.
Which I've done both. There was also a request to bring back the prior forward-facing elevation with the arbor over the front door and get rid of the faux barn door look.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, John.
I'm sorry, would you give me the motion on this one here?
You mean the one that we just reviewed?
Yeah, what was the motion? Was it approval or deny?
It was to hold for revisions, John.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So continuing, anything else, Brooke?
Nope. I mean, I shifted it away. I also, the retaining, which I'm pretty sure Mr. Welch will speak to, is kind of essential to this building. So I'd like it to be considered as a part of this application for the second dwelling. You'll notice that there's a lot less of it than the very first application, which ran along the entire backside. I think that given the existing topo, we'll be able to sculpt the yard without that massive amount of retaining. But I do need it, right around the back corner of this building right now.
Okay. We'll look at that.
Okay.
I do have HSAB comments, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Holly.
So the cottage should align with the house and be further from Prospect, should have more of a converted barn feel. They really want to have that more agricultural look to it. Probably no dormers facing Prospect. North dormer, smaller or broken up, shallower roof pitch and lower eave. Too vertical and too tall. Batten doors would be better, less symmetrical to feel more utilitarian. 12/12 or 12 light fixed sash, as an old barn would have had, and look at photos of old barns in town for examples. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Okay. Who wants to begin? Same board.
I'm a little confused by that,
By what here?
by the HSAB comment. So did they say that the first time?
They've been saying it, that it should be more of a utilitarian bar.
And we just didn't review it, so we hadn't heard that before?
Well, it turns out that we did review it at least once.
Did. Yep. It was notated at the last meeting.
I think we've heard this. This is the third time we'll be discussing this application.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't to track.
Well,
Who wants to start?
I'd like to start, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
start.
Hang on, Diane, hang on. I gave it to Stephen. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think with the design, my only concern with this particular design is with respect to the verticality and the fact that I believe this is in the OHD and these are Anderson SDLs. I'd like to point out that in addition, the previous application for the main dwelling is also Anderson SDLs. And this is not directed at the applicant, and I have not had a Snickers tonight, but the level of frustration, I'm almost feeling like we need to have a meeting about 3 and out. If you're in front of the HCC 3 times and you haven't made the changes, it's a denial. Because we've discussed various aspects of this application and they are not replicated in the subsequent submission. And whether that's a matter of, okay, if one person speaks on it and there's not consensus, I understand that an applicant won't make changes. But when there's consensus on something, I think that out of respect to the board, the commission who is sitting, and also the fact that we don't have to be repeating our comments, and so therefore with respect to the other commissioners, that changes be made. So I'm finding that a little bit of a frustration, and I do not mean this directed toward you specifically and only Brooke, but it is coming up because this has been happening. So my other concern is with respect to the retainage. I personally have no issue considering it along with the application. It's de minimis. However, I want to see a cross section and I want to see the materials because both of those are appropriate with any application with respect to retainage, I believe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot, Stephen. Carrie?
I am not seeing all that many changes either. But I think that I think the west elevation is cute. It's simple, but the north and south elevations just seem very stark with no additive anything. And it's a little concerning because this is sort of the entry to that from Prospect. sort of the first building you're gonna see.
Mhm.
And I wish there could be a little additive massing on those long elevations. And the dormers seem a little big for the windows. There's sort of a lot of wall on either side, so they seem a little, I don't know. That south elevation has a lot of wall to me.
Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks. Val?
I've got nothing else.
Okay, but, well, let's break that down.
I agree.
Okay,
Maybe the dormers should be snugger to the windows. That's a very old fashioned, typical type of thing. Maybe the dormer on the north, same thing, smaller. But the mass itself is very simple and I'm okay with that.
okay, thanks. Diane?
I would like to see this building have some additive massing. It is not a large building, but the buildings all around down at the bottom of the pony farm and all the rest of it are not necessarily all two-story buildings. There are a lot of little ones tucked in. And it's an old area of the island off Prospect. It may be now that it's being sold off, it's big, but we need to follow some of our rules. Some of our rules say that we will have some additive massing. And we see one right after the other. None of them do that. And I think in this area, putting that building in and the mixture of North Mill Street and Prospect could have some additive massing. So it looks like it was built, moved there, whatever, but it's part of the development coming up the hill from the pony farm.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, thanks, Diane. I kind of agree with everything that's been said, with emphasis on and we have to keep track of this, the Anderson windows in the OHD. Like this would, I'm sure it's not a first, but it's, might be the first time the board has ever actually approved it as opposed to somebody just installing them. So motion for revisions from somebody, please?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a quick design related question?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
All right. How would you feel about, instead of a retaining wall, having the grade come up to the building on the north elevation? That would help the south elevation. That would help knock down some of that verticality on Prospect Street.
What's a great idea?
Kind of build it into the grade.
Well, I'm speaking for myself here, but I can't imagine the board could possibly disagree with the idea of building a building into the hill as opposed to having retainage so that we can look at the full height of the building.
No, that's a good idea, especially if it's going to go toward more of an agri building.
Right.
Feel.
Right.
And you have short windows on that wall too, so it won't interrupt your window patterns or your window needs.
So definitely worth looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So did somebody make a motion for revisions on this one for me?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Carrie, hang on a second, John. I'm taking a motion right now.
Thank you.
Val.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Yes, John, what would you like to know?
Was I sitting on this?
No, you weren't. So let's see. That was 16, John.
Okay.
Now we're flipping the page finally here.
Thank you.
And you're on this next one, okay, John? Okay. 9 Main Avenue. Oh yeah. Okay, myself, Diane, John, Abby. Is Abby back?
I don't see her.
I'm gonna.
I am back.
Oh, you are back. Okay, good, because I want to keep a full board on this one. So Abby and Val, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got 5 on it. Stephen, are you, I should say Stephen.
I am here, Ray.
Okay, thanks.
All I have to say is, could you please read the letter that I submitted and the comments from the Nantucket Advisory Board, please?
Well, yeah, we do want comments from Nantucket Advisory, so.
I did supply some additional information as requested.
Hey, Steve?
Yes?
It's kind of, at least for me, it's really hard to hear you.
Yeah. That better?
No, it sounds like you're, muffled a lot.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Chair?
Wait. Who was that?
That was Kathy.
Okay, what's up, Kathy?
I just wanted to tell you that the Nantucket Advisory Board comments were the comments related to the first submission. They haven't seen it since.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Okay, Stephen, let's see. You want to tell us what you just said?
Yes, the Nantucket Advisory Board, if you could read their comments, changes were made based on the Nantucket Advisory Board comments.
Okay, but let me be clear on this, I think, and Kathy, please correct me if I'm wrong here. Nantucket Advisory made those comments before we reviewed it for the first time.
No. After.
So you all reviewed this application the first time on October 27th.
Okay.
They had their meeting on November 2nd, and those are the comments in front of you for the submission that he put in for tonight.
Okay, so you're saying that these Nantucket Advisory comments, I thought you just said they were for the first submission, not for the one that we're looking at now.
They made them from the first submission. They made the comments, the suggestions, and then Steve took those to heart and then made the comment or made the revisions based on their suggestions, which are right in front of you, if that makes any sense.
All right. Well, okay. So let's read the Nantucket Advisory comments. This is not eelskin. This is a separate structure. Okay.
What does that mean?
Well, there's a little building called eelskin. Okay, so reduce double ganged windows to single. This is their recommendation, I guess. Reduce triple French doors to double. No concerns about raising ridge 2 feet, nor putting new foundation under it, piers. Okay, all right. So now let's look at the revisions.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, I believe this is eelskin and this is the building in question.
Yeah. So, okay, we went through that a little quickly. So, Stephen, you want to tell us what you did here?
Yes, based on the comments, this was originally a double window in the front, and we reduced that to a single. The triple French door on the side went to a double. As per
Oh, I see. The previous submission is below. I'm sorry. I see that.
Okay. That's okay. So the changes were made based on the Nantucket Advisory's recommendations.
Well, I guess what I'm not getting there is, are you saying that you sort of discarded our recommendations or our concerns and went with Nantucket Advisory instead, or?
Well, I think that you were a little confused regarding the historic fabric of this building and considering it as possibly as being eelskin, which it is not. This is just a late 1960s utilitarian shed with modern lumber, which I submitted the photographs to show that it is such that and in disrepair. Not that I totally disregarded your comments. I just think that
Okay, I just want to, it almost,
additional information that you requested should have been, I provided you for this time. That's all.
okay. Okay, so I think we've got everything. Now I'm going to turn it over to the board. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you for clarifying the history of this building. It still has a lot of charm. I think on the French doors reduced to 2, that it should have a kick plate to make it even sort of, you know, more old fashioned. The garage door that has the left one going up into the eave there, I think that's odd. I think that area should be shingled and they should just be straight across, even if they exist.
I'm sorry, Abby, where are you now?
I guess it's the north elevation. See how the garage doors or whatever that is go up into the eave? See on the brook back just below? I think that should just go straight across. Previous proposed north elevation.
Oh, yeah.
You see that?
Right. So you're just saying instead of the doors following the line of the shed roof, for it to go straight across.
Straight across. I've never seen that oddity before. And I think going straight across would bring it back to this world. And then I think a kick plate on the double French doors would make it more old fashioned. And I don't see any other elevations except for north and west.
That's a slider, by the way. That's not a French door.
Okay, okay, so nix the slider, make them real French doors. And can I see south and east? So not much change there. Charming little house. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Val, you ready?
Yeah, I'm still going back and forth trying to figure out what's changed. So like, it's gotten taller by taking the roof off and adding, I guess, there, because the doors are significantly lower on the facade, and then the 6/6 window is now down low as opposed to even with the door height that exists. So I was a little bit lost why that happened. And Steve, so you're taking the whole entire roof off?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not,
To answer your window question, if we could go back up to the proposed and the existing.
yeah, it just is not clear exactly what you're doing.
This is existing. And that's the existing location of that window. So that window was never at the head of the door. It was always down below. If you look at the photographs, you can see that window is in its exact location.
And it is not that low, honey. Sorry.
Let's go to the photo for a sec.
The door and the window.
Oh, okay. Here it is here, right? Let's go back. Sorry, Val, you're right. That's a drawing error. I'll raise it up to the top of that window for you. No problem. You're right.
Okay, it was just, so the biggest concern I have is that it's just.
Wait, guys, hang on. I want to point something out here. The reason the window is in the right location, the door has gotten taller, right? The roof has gotten taller. Basically, this is a new building.
No, just the roof.
Well, what do you, all the door openings are changing.
Well, yes, because they're less than 6 feet tall.
Right. So if we go back to this, okay, so that door right there is probably 5 feet tall. You're taking, now see how that door aligns with the eave right now? Now, that means the window is 5 feet tall, and all those windows are probably around 5 feet tall. So if we go back to what you're proposing, You know, that's more like a 6/8 door, right? And now the 6/8 door is way up, so they don't align. You know, the window is like where it is. The door has gotten taller, and then the roof has gotten another, you know, foot above the door again. Does that make sense? Hang on, Val.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's just not clear because it's not like indicated that that's exactly what's happening, but I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, to be
I'll
honest,
add,
Wait, Diane, let's hear from you, and then I'm going to jump back to Abby for a second. Go ahead, Diane.
my view is looking at what exists and what they have offered destroys the whole concept of this little building. I think the way the windows were originally are right. I think to get the west elevation with the 2 French doors and then another door is too much. I think bringing the height up over a foot is not appropriate. It's taking the building and turning it into something else, which it is not. The I don't even know what it is on the west side of the west elevation. That flat roof. It no longer is the small, complete sort of building that was there beforehand. So I'd like to see what suggestions he has to bring it back to something that fits in there.
Thank you, Diane. So Abby, you wanted to add something?
yeah, I think it's sort of being proposed here because the whole roof line should be circled red if it's been lifted to make us, you know, we shouldn't have to do detective work here. So I appreciate that. I mean, I wouldn't be able to get through that door. I appreciate that we need a change in the door height to make this a little bit more human scale to us big human beings now. But I'd like to see the drawings reflect what's actually going on. So I'd like to see everything circled that's being changed and then show me what you'd like to do.
I have a suggestion because of the number of things that moving parts that this has. The best way to be able to really understand what's really changing is to dash in, show the profile of the existing building in red on top of each one of these elevations using the first floor as the datum so that we know how much higher it's getting the roof is, because like I'm looking at the relationship of the door to the eave, and that's changing. And we know that from the window to the door is changing. So everything's sort of like stepping up. So I would like to see superimposed on each one of the 4 elevations, the existing elevations using the first floor level as the datum. And how
I think that's fair, and that way we can comment on it.
Like scrolling back and forth.
Why don't we just put the existing next to proposed?
No, I like the red dashed line on, so I can see, you know, in one viewing, that's what it was. This is what you'd
Right.
like to do. So,
I think Abby's, I think do that. Or,
yeah, it says side by side. So
Ray is right.
I'd like to make a motion to hold for.
Hang on, hold that motion because we haven't heard from John yet. So John,
I'm sorry.
John,
All right.
you're on this. So your comments?
Yes, I'd like to change on the west elevation from 3 sliding doors to 2. That helps it out a little. It's just the history. It's always been there back in after the Second World War, the early 50s. Walter Barrett helped build that. No, I'm just, the history on it. It looks like it's always been there. It's a nice antique looking building the way it looks without any paint. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I agree. Could we now make
Yes, now we can.
a motion for revisions?
And to have the existing next to the proposed.
I'd actually like it right on top of in red so that I can see all where all the different things have changed.
I would like that too. I would like Ray's suggestion used right on top so we can see the height. We won't have to guess. The footage won't be missing. I think his
Yeah,
proposal is the best.
I think Val, going back and forth from the left to the right, I'm not that astute to see the minute changes, but if they're right there on one, I'm better, I'll make better comments, I think.
Great, so I've forgotten who was going to make the motion. Were you?
I was trying to make one.
Oh, okay, okay.
And I just called for revisions. If Stephen, do you understand what we want?
Yes, I do. Not a
Okay,
problem.
all right, that's my
I will do that for the next meeting. Thank you guys very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye.
But Abby,
Yes,
just to be clear, your motion is for revisions that would include superimposing the existing building on the proposed elevations, right?
yes, please.
Okay, thanks. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Hi.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks. Good night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, one Starbuck. Myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Carrie. Okay. Everybody remembers this, I'm sure. Lindsay, are you on?
I'm here.
Okay.
So I think the last meeting, the board was concerned about its proximity to the neighbors. There was discussion of the VR zoning district and the requirements to be 20 feet away from the property lines. So we discussed rotating the pool. I don't know if you guys remember, but the pool was actually perpendicular to the house. So we rotated it to be parallel to the house, moved it further away from the property line. And yeah, I think we did everything the board wanted. And I think also, just again to point out, like the visibility, I think, is very limited just from all the different areas.
Okay, thanks. Okay, board members, hop on it. Diane, you want to start?
Sure.
Okay, great.
I was trying to give the site plan. The front door comes off Starbuck Road, and where is your front door? Which way is it facing?
This is on the back side of the house.
I know where the pool is. I was wondering which way the front door of the house faced.
I believe it faces north, I believe.
Thanks.
Okay, so the pool is on the south side of the thing, which is what is the street that goes along there? Starbuck goes one way. It's still Starbuck. So as you go around, now is the pool going to become visible as Starbuck curves around?
No,
and this house is basically up the corner.
It's completely invisible. There's a huge buffer between Columbus Road and this property, and then from Starbuck Road, there's tons of vegetation between. So there's no way of visibility.
Okay, and you're not going to see it from Nantucket Road?
No.
And the bike path.
And the bike path, yeah.
Because that's it's tucked in there right on the corner. It's kind of a funny place that
But there
it
is a
is.
buffer between the bike path and this property as well.
There is a break between the two.
Mhm.
Well, it seems to me you have not very much surround of the pool, so it is not offensive to me at least. But I do think that it's important that it is not visible from either Starbuck, Columbus, or Matticat Road, because that's where it sits. And it's a fair distance, as I remember, from 3 Starbuck. So otherwise, that would be my major concern, that it was just invisible from all 3 streets.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Is the property to the north? Is the property to the north of this where the bike path cuts through? Is that a homeowner's property or town property? What is that?
that's a good question. It's a big.
Can we look at the locus map? Let me just.
If that ever got cleared, you'd have 0 buffer.
I'm pretty sure that's town property.
I think it's town property because the bike path runs through it.
Yeah, right through the middle of it.
Well, if it ever got cleared of the brush, then you would need to have a fence or something on that back line.
I mean, we would definitely keep it screened in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I have a question looking at what's on the screen.
But John, can I just tell you something?
Where it says the 15 by 30 pool.
Yeah, but John,
Yes.
you're not on this one.
Okay.
Okay, you're on the next one. All right.
Mr.
So-
Chair, that open space is owned by the Matticat Land Trust.
Oh, good to know. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure they would want to preserve the buffer, but I think to protect ourselves, we could add some language. So let's see, Diane, you've gone. Oh, I want to ask a question. Val, is Val still on? She needed to.
I am. I just need a 5-minute break.
Okay, so what, you're going to hop off this, right?
This one or the next one, whichever one.
Why don't you hop off of this one?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, so Carrie, do you want to continue?
Other than that one side that is public land or the town's land, I think this will be invisible. So I'm fine with this.
Okay, good to know. All right, so Diane spoken, Abby?
I'm okay with it.
All right, I think we have, and I'm okay with it. So somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve as submitted.
Vegetation in perpetuity.
Yeah, can we just add that in there?
And
to be
all that.
safe?
Yes.
Okay. So Diane's motion is to approve as submitted with the stipulation that the pool is not visible from a public way at the time of inspection and in perpetuity. That's her motion. And let's see, on the motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you.
See you later. Okay, now we're at Sauna's project at 15 Meter Street A. The board on this one, everybody, is myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Val is still away. So
No, I'm back.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
There's nowhere to go.
all right. Okay. So this is down on Meter Street. So Sauna, are you on?
Yep, I'm on.
Okay. You want to just walk us through it?
There was it was questions about the dormers and how we didn't want the dormer to look like the house right next door. What the board was concerned with, the cottage A, I believe, or cottage B. Thank you, Holly, for showing that. So what I did was just do 3 different options. And, we are good with either of them. So if you look at the bottom of the page on the left, that is the one we would preferably like. Option 2 is all the way across. And then option 3 has the flushed window. So it's up to the board whether.
I'll
Whether-
go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I don't like number 3, the far left, the far right. I don't understand those dormers going to. Personally, I like the middle one. I like balance, and so I like the number 10, I guess it's called. But I'm open for, I want to hear what my other board members say.
So
Mr. Chair, I also have HSAB comments.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So they still comment about the chimney. It should be inside. It doesn't meet code. The east dormer dominates the roof plane, not appropriate on the front of this building, but the new west dormer is okay, which is this one.
Right. Okay.
Those are their comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I forgot all about that chimney thing. And it is true, it does not meet code. Unless, Sana, you can tell me somehow that it does.
Yeah, it's been raised. The height of it's been raised. And it should be above the 3 feet within the,
Wow.
from the peak.
Well,
But
we're sort of at a disadvantage here, and I don't want to dwell on this too much, but the rule is that the roof plane 10 feet away, wherever that roof is, if you measure 10 feet horizontally, your chimney needs to be 2 feet above that. So
okay.
is putting you, most of the way up that shed dormer, or not that shed roof, the broken back, and you're not even to the top of the broken back. So I somehow I can't.
Okay.
But okay, to the more important issue, I want to hear from everyone about the dormer issue. So we have heard from Abby. John, how about you, sir?
I have a comment, yes. The option 3 on the right bottom,
Yes.
I think those meeting rails have to come down about 8 inches to line up with the gutter line. That's a minor thing, but it should be there. And the other, I had a question. You have an outside shower, but are there any air conditioners on the property?
There is one. It is on, if you go to the floor plan, it is on the deck. If you can see the AC unit right there.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
Does it have, what am I going to say here? Lattice around it?
Well, John, all I'm going to say is whatever is there, and it's been approved. All we're asking for right now is the dormer and the chimney, I believe.
Okay, I just couldn't see it in there. Yeah. Okay. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you, John. Diane?
Of these 3, I would take the first one. I think that these, one remembers the history of these buildings. They were 4 little funky cottages that were raised 4 or 5 feet. So they have become major buildings. But I think the simpler they are in there, the better they are. And I think the 3 on the first choice we have is better than the second or the third. The second one is good looking, but it makes these a house, and they're not supposed to look like major houses. They're supposed to look like cottages, and that's what was there. So that's how I feel about it. The first one would be my feeling.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Let's see, we've heard from Diane, John, Abby. That leaves you, Val.
Okay. While that is the best choice, I think then it's too much like the existing house next door. And so that is a concern to me, unless we're going to just do the same thing all the way across. I actually think that there shouldn't be a dormer on the east side at all. I'd give the dormer on the west, which will give some light and ventilation to the loft. And I think for the chimney, they should consider doing gas and forget
The chimney.
the outside chimney, because I know they probably don't want to move it inside because it's such a small space. So I think they'd be better served with just abandoning ship on that altogether.
Okay, thanks. Well, my view, and this is unfortunately, I don't think we're getting not much of a consensus here. The fact that the board has already approved that triple dormer on the one next door is kind of reinforcement of the fact that it's approvable. Okay, so like John, I think that the one on the right-hand side is like totally out. That's out, off the table in my book. The one in the middle, to Diane's point about these being artist cottages, this is, a little bit much, a little heavy for that. And so of the three, I would go with the one on the left-hand side, which is like the one just next to it. That little part doesn't trouble me. And of course, if we didn't have it at all, I'd be happy with it too. So that's my view. What do we do with this, folks?
I'd make a motion to remove the dormer on the east, and if you can't push the chimney inside the house, to take the chimney off completely. That's my motion.
Oh, okay. So what we would be approving, I think,
Is a dormer on the west.
a dormer on the west and an inboard chimney, a
Right.
chimney that's inside and all we see is something coming out of the roof. That's your motion, right?
Yes.
Just to be clear. Okay, so on Val's motion, let's see, Abby.
I'm fine with that. Aye.
Okay, thank you. John.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Diane.
Aye, I
Okay,
guess. Aye.
okay, and Val.
Aye.
So I'll go along with that. So that motion carries. All right, Sana. Oh,
Okay.
you have one more here.
Yep.
Okay, so 6 Harbor View, me, and John, same board.
So on this one, there was the concern about the chimney being too tall and skinny. And so we are going to do a gas fireplace. And so we're not going to do an outdoor chimney at all. And then there is the outdoor shower in the back of the house. And then the only other thing is right now there's where we're going to put the fireplace on the inside, there is 3 windows. So we're going to separate. So it's 2 and 2. Yeah. So normally there's a window right there and the 2 ones on the right are not there. But so we're going to separate 2 and 2 so that it goes, so that we can put the fireplace there on the inside.
Well, yeah, so basically it hasn't changed from what you had previously, which is just to the left of it. Only difference being that you don't have the chimney in between.
Yes.
Yeah, for very understandable reasons. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the outdoor shower, nothing's changed there, right?
Nope.
Okay. Everybody get it?
Yes.
All right. What does that mean, Abby? You want to talk?
No, I
Sure.
like it. I think it's cute.
Oh, okay.
I do
All
have
right.
HSAB comments, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
sorry.
It's okay. It's fine.
Someday I'll learn. Someday.
So there was a comment about having to show where that gas vent's going to go. And then there was a concern on the location of the shower, which it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that it would be facing Mackey Way. And if that is the case, it's kind of inappropriate and it should be out of a visible way and away from that bay window. Those are the comments.
Okay, that's it. That's an interesting comment.
What was it? Say that again?
Well, the shower faces McKay Way,
Yeah.
right? Which isn't great. And then of course you've got Harbor View on the other side, so that's not great either. Like, and then there's the setbacks, of course.
Right.
So it's almost like the only place that you could put it would be in that little sort of cavity. Well, not really there because that's a walkway to do right there. Yeah.
Where?
Right
There. Like, I mean, that's the only place that wouldn't
Right.
be on the front.
So instead of here, put it over here so it's out of view.
I think that's a good spot, even though it faces.
And there's no windows there.
Right.
Right.
And it's in a nook.
It is viewable from Harbor View.
It's viewable, but it's sort of encased in the structure as opposed to appended to the side of the building, and you can sit in the bay window and look out to the shower.
Okay, well, so let's hear what everyone, thank you, Val. Val, you were okay with the whole chimney thing and the windows, all that?
Yep.
Yeah, thought so. Okay, so Abby,
I'm fine.
and you're fine with respect to, want to make sure, we're now kind of focused on the shower.
I don't care.
Don't care. Okay, good to know. John?
It looks fine. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we got Val, Abby, John. Oh, Diane, did I get you? No. Diane? Diane?
I would like to see the chimney returned. It's part of the houses that go along Harbor View. It's not a big house. And I don't know why we're wiping out all our chimneys. It fit well. It was part of the house originally, and why are you taking it out?
Diane, there is no chimney there now. We were going to put a chimney in, and the board didn't like it
I know
last
that.
time.
No? Well, if the board didn't like it, then they'll vote. I'm just making my opinion of a house this size in this area. A chimney is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Okay, and I just want to make sure, so with respect to the outdoor shower, are you okay where it is?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm actually okay with the chimney being removed. I'm not a huge fan of exterior chimneys. I like them when they're inside and poking through the roof. That's my kind of chimney. So I don't mind it going away. We do have to be mindful, Sona, of the venting, you know, as per HSAB, you're going to have something on that wall. Or the chimney could go interior and you could still have the chimney stack coming out. You know, that's fine with me too. But so would somebody care to make a motion on this for me?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
As submitted, John?
I think as submitted.
Okay, so John has made a motion to approve as submitted. Let's go down the list here, see how that works out. Val,
Yeah.
you're okay with that?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to walk all the way around the house to go there, but okay.
You mean to the outdoor shower? Wait, okay. So you're okay with the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
All right. Diane?
Aye. And
Oh.
who really takes a shower outdoors? Really, really, really.
I do. Thank you, Diane. And John, are you in favor of your motion?
Yes.
All right. I thought you would be, and I'm in favor of your motion too. So that motion carries. Okay, Sona, there you go.
Thank you.
All right,
Good night.
thanks. Good night. All right, 21 Hummock Pond Road. Trying to clear a few more. We got a little less than a half an hour left. Myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Carrie.
Hello, I'm Pete Sundelbach, and this old business application is to address board concerns about the vertical board and batten siding, the visibility from Milk Street, and the undivided lights in the original application. The historical context of this site is rural agricultural. There used to be a horse barn here, and I think it's an appropriate vernacular form in this context. It doesn't participate in the street. It's far back on the lot, and it's a common form in the neighborhood. I included pictures of other examples. I also included pictures for the visibility from Milk Street, and I did provide elevations with divided lights, although if the board agrees that it's not visible, I would prefer not to add the simulated muntins.
So
Why would you?
I was just going to see, can you, we're looking at a lot of photos now. I'm
sure.
in the visibility from Milk Street.
These are all from Hummock Pond Road. This is the workshop project there, the Hawthorne. Okay, this is the
That we weren't gonna see, yeah.
right. So basically there are two driveways, and I've included pictures down both of the driveways. And so this one you see, if you see anything at the end, it's 19B Hummock Pond Road.
Yeah. We actually saw these before.
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Okay. I thought it's shown these.
Oh, the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, the other side.
Any more?
That's just the area in between the two driveways there, B, and this one is, that's the front of, I forget the number there. The Milk Street property.
66.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. All right, so board members.
I appreciate the windows being changed. And I guess I could be talked into the clapboard or whatever it is, barn board, if it's natural to weather. But it's just so still atypical. And I just don't know why everything has to be so atypical, but that's just me.
Okay, thanks. Carrie?
I agree about the windows. I'm glad they're divided, but the 2/2 don't seem very appropriate on this little structure either. It seems more of a 6/6 kind of building, but then the barn board sort of throws you off as well. So I do think if it's all natural to weather and it's not a very high building, it's less than 21.5 feet tall, I think it will sort of disappear, even down that driveway when everything's, weathered in. So I don't think I have a problem with it.
Okay.
I think it's good changes.
Okay. Well, so I'll draw from that you prefer the divided lights as opposed
I do. I think 6/6 would still be better, but maybe not.
Okay. But over the single pane.
Yes, for sure. Single
Yeah.
pane.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'm okay with this. I just wanted to know what the roof material was on the other side without the solar.
Hey, Abby, I'm going to remind you of one thing. So actually, I'm going to remind everyone who's sitting on this of one thing. The solar panels, we decided were going to be a separate application. So even though they're shown, we're not approving those at this meeting. Okay.
Is it a standing seam roof or is it?
It's black asphalt.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm fine with this application. I don't think we're going to see very much of it from anywhere. So.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
I go along with most of the stuff, except I want to see the lights, the windows to have SDLs and not removable moltons. I think that's trashy looking to take them out. SDLs should be the windows that are there.
I'm not sure they even make those little snap-in things anymore. Anderson used to make them. I think they've stopped doing that. But
Yeah,
okay.
well, he said something about taking the buttons out and having it one panel.
Oh,
I
no,
don't
no,
want that.
no. Diane, I think what he meant to say is he showed us this light configuration, but he said if the board ultimately decided that it was not visible, that he would prefer them to be single glass, no muttons. That's what pretty sure he
Yeah.
said.
Yes, that's correct.
But I don't agree with that. They should not be single panes. What is the C window on the north elevation?
It's a little thin casement window.
Yes.
For any particular reason? Because you've got a E window, a C window, then you've got a B window going another direction, and you've got a D window. I don't know what the difference is, except the D window is a little bit smaller than the E window. You could almost get the alphabet on that wall.
Well, those are, it's according to the program on the inside, really, the what fits where. For that elevation.
Well, I'm not sure. I like the B window on that three pane window, or the C window. So I'd be interested to know what requires those three different kind of windows on one facade.
Okay, thanks.
That's all.
Yeah. So your name's Peter, right?
That's correct.
Okay, Peter. So here's what I think you might want to consider doing. The board, because we're not 100% certain about the visibility, and it's really difficult to judge what's going to happen in the future, and we've certainly gotten burned any number of times. So I think that the divided light, thank you for offering that up. I think we should accept that for the time being. Now you're going to move forward and you're going to frame this building and everything. And once it's framed up, I think I would suggest that you might want to come back, if it's really invisible, and it's clearly a low building, maybe we would reconsider the whole thing, but at least we'd have a framed building there to be able to say, oh, well, we can't see it, so we don't care what the windows look like. So that's my only suggestion to you. The barn board thing, I mean, there's a fair number of buildings out there that already have it. So this wouldn't be the first time we're approving natural barn board on the side of a building. And again, like those are on big barns. This is a little sort of discrete thing. So I'm fine with this application the way it is, if somebody would care to make a motion for me.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yes, John.
am I on this?
You are not, sir. You're on the next one, though. So hang in there.
Thank you.
Okay, so somebody want to make a motion for me?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thanks, Abby. As submitted, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. On that motion, Val.
No.
Okay, Carrie.
Aye.
Okay, Diane.
No.
Okay, Abby.
Yes.
Yeah, you're in favor of your motion, and I'm in favor of your motion. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good night. Okay, 14 North Road. Boy, okay, so everybody who's on, let's see. This is a number of applications, and this is going to take every bit of the 15 minutes that we have left. So actually, it's 4 applicants.
Three, Ray. 3.
Oh, well,
4.
4.
Yeah, landscape can wait. The landscape can wait if it has to. It's fine.
Well, we'll see where we get. But
Okay.
I'm just saying that because anybody else who's hoping to be heard tonight will not be heard, unfortunately. And so we do have a meeting set up for this Thursday at 1 o'clock. Is that correct, Kathy?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. So
1 to what?
What?
1 to what time?
1 to 2:30 is what my agenda says.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So we'll cover a few more. So anyway, let's get started on this North Road. Board is myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Val.
This is the garage guest house. Could we do the main house first? Thank
That would
you.
be a good idea.
Yes. So this is the landscape plan, I think. There we go. Thank you. So we have added to the drawing set, if you stop on this page for a second, just 2 cross sections across the site to give you all a better sense of the grade and the way the topography exists on the site. So that's just here for your information to see the relationship of the 3 structures against one another. If you scroll down and you look at primarily both the east elevation and the west elevation, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, what we previously had was the one long continuous dormer. And I think through our conversations with the board, everybody was kind of in favor. And it actually really just looks a lot better having the 3 separate dormers breaking up the roof line. Additionally, we got rid of this sort of Dutch door with the little 4-light in it and went to just a 2-panel door per the board's request. And if you keep scrolling down, you can see then on, yes.
That was the south elevation or the north elevation we were just looking at?
That, well, it's the kind of southeast. It's the way the house is skewed, but this faces the street. This faces the street.
Okay, thank you.
This faces the street. So the next one here, this is what you see from the water.
Right.
So we matched the dormer configuration in the main mass. We reduced the door configuration on the right-hand mass from a 3-panel French door setup to a 2-panel setup, which, you know, I think balances the facade out a little better. And those were the changes that we made to this house. So I think, you know, the dormer configuration is a pretty significant change in breaking up the mass. And I think as the board recognized last time, which I appreciate, is this just really isn't that large of a house compared to the home that is here and the 2 adjacent homes on either side of it and that stretch up and down Shimo. So just to refresh everybody, this is gray trim with black windows too, as well.
Okay, I was just gonna.
And natural pergolas, natural to weather.
How about the brick? I mean, what are you doing with the brick?
I included a photo is what we would like to do. I don't think you'll ever approve it, if I'm being honest, but the idea was to do, I'm just, you know. I don't know, scroll back up again.
It's like, don't even bother showing us because we're not going to approve it.
Good start.
Holly, go back up. There's a picture of it. It's sort of, it's a split
kind
face
of
lighter
thought,
stone.
does it look gray?
Yeah, it's a gray stone. It's a gray stone.
Oh, it's stone.
Yeah, it's stone. I think it would be pretty interesting, shaped like bricks, cut like bricks, just instead of, you know, the red brick that's everywhere. The idea was just to do sort of a gray stone.
Yeah. Okay. So, how large are those modules?
They would be about 12 inches long, but standard height.
By how tall?
Standard height, like 3.5 inches.
Oh, so it actually is the size of a brick.
Yes, of a brick. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
That's kind of interesting. Okay. Is that it, Andrew?
That's it.
All right, great. We'll turn it over to the board now. Did I hear somebody say something?
Somebody gasped.
Somebody gasped. Was that you, Abby?
No, I just have a few things to say.
All right, why don't you say them?
All right, so I think the B windows on the second floor look elongated to me, and I think it gives it sort of a sad sort of Victorian look that I don't, you know, if it were one size shorter, I think it would be a happier house. Just proportion wise.
About that, Abby?
What?
Well, we want to make it happy.
Well, I also think it could go shorter, but it could also go wider.
Yeah. One or the other. Just it's a little elongated, making sort of a sad face. where
Totally
the
fair.
A's are, I think, a better proportion below on the first
Aye.
floor. I think the brick is a stretch. I wouldn't mind seeing a brick that was like a pale terracotta color. It would be sort of contemporary, but sort of like also traditional in color. So I've that's kind of I don't know what they call it. It's like a Roman aqueduct looking brick, but it's very nice and soft. And that's all I have. And
Okay.
I'm mostly concerned about the ocean view because I don't think we're going to see the front of the house. So
I think
that's
that's
my
right.
2 cents.
Okay, Abby, thank you for those insights. The sad house versus the happy house.
God.
Diane, are you ready?
Yes, my major problem is with the front door. I don't know what kind of front door that is if we go look at it. With the one
panel,
panel
Diane.
door, maybe 2 panels. And then the side lights are 2 panels. And there's not much of a trim around it. I'd rather see the side lights reduced down and only have them down to the break in the door the way we try and do it. And then have some sort of trim around it that matches the rest of the trim in the house. In the particular drawings, it looks very simple, and yet we have a fairly good trim on the other parts of the house. So I'd like to see them sort of matching.
Okay.
I appreciate the drop in the height between the little building on the left. If it could drop down more, it's on a higher piece of land. So I understand that, but when you see it from the harbor or whatever, as you're coming up the harbor, one is going to meld into the other and become all part of the same view. I like the chimney. I think the chimney is a necessity. How long is that eave?
The eave?
Which one,
Is
Diane?
it 50
Which
feet?
one?
On the main building. On the view I'm looking at, it's the left-hand building. It's the main building.
How long is the ridge,
Or the
Diane?
main.
The ridge is
Yeah,
45.
how long is that?
45.
Okay, so it comes in with that opening.
Smaller than the existing house. Yeah, smaller than the existing house. Sorry.
Yeah. Right. I don't have major objections. It's just silly ones like the front door and stuff that I think will make it look better as people come along North Ave and see the houses there. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. How about you, John? You there, John? We'll have John. Is he still on board? Oh, you know what? Sometimes he leaves. Can somebody check here? I'm checking. He may have skipped out.
He usually leaves at about
He does.
quarter of.
I don't see him in the list.
I don't see him either.
All right,
We
so
lost him.
you've lost John, so let's move on to Val.
Okay, a few things. One, I agree with Diane, the secondary mass has a higher eave than the main house. The connector, the small connector is all glass, and the railings on the decks are glass. It's more of a concern really for the second floor, but if I remember correctly, you had given us an overall schematic that was 3D, and it showed there was a lot of glass railing going on, and I don't see that anymore on the 3D rendering, but it's probably the direction we're looking. So those are my concerns.
Interesting. I was,
These glass connector tube tunnels, gerbil trails, whatever they are that keep coming up are a concern. And it's at night. They're going to be these like.
well, to go, let's take it a step further. So I didn't have an awful lot to say about this. I was going to comment on the brick in a favorable way, which I will. But the glass railing on the second floor of the water side is of a concern to me.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll get rid of that. That's fine.
I can just,
I get it.
The sun is going to be setting in the northwest, and at a certain point, time of day, this is going to be like a big orange sheet. And, that's going to be a potential problem. So that for me is one issue. I really appreciate the changes, the breaking up of the dormer. I think that was really a great idea. I think that if you widened the second floor windows, they would become a little bit more optimistic, I think is the word we're looking for. This idea of the gray stone for the chimneys, I wouldn't dismiss out of hand, because first of all, this is going to be visible from a distance, and the result would not be appreciably different, I think, than if you just had a brick chimney and painted it gray, which is what a lot of people do. So yeah, if we were standing up close to it, we'd say, oh, that's stone and it's like not Nantucket, but we're not going to be standing up close to it. So that whole thing doesn't trouble me. Why is it so tall? I mean, it's like 5 feet above the ridge.
It's really just because I like tall chimneys, but it could come down.
Tall, please, so that we're not making a statement on the horizon. Okay, so those are my comments. So I think you're getting close, Andrew.
All right, yeah.
Does anybody else have a concern with the vestibule being all glass?
I do. I do on the water side, for the same reason that I had a concern with the second floor deck on the water side.
What if we did non-reflective? I hear you on the railing on the second floor decks.
Yeah.
If you did the non-reflective glass film, so it takes that shine off of it.
It's more about the nighttime, I think, for me.
Well, look.
We'll try to address it. And
Address it.
Let's hold for
Give
revision.
us some suggestions, but
Okay.
I think you're
Fair.
clear. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Let's go
So
to the guest
I have
house.
a motion from someone on this.
That's my motion to hold for revisions.
Very good. Thank you, Abby. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
John. Oh, John's not here. Diane.
Aye.
Abby. Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries 4-0.
So on this structure last time, I'll change the glass on the second floor deck, and we did lower the ridge height of this structure by a foot. That was one of the comments that several people made.
When you say you change the glass on the second floor, I'm still seeing.
I will. No, I'm saying I will, Ray, just to match what we just talked about on the main structure, to eliminate that, and I'll come back next time with that change.
Well, okay, as opposed to the house, which we had other things to speak about. Well, let's see if there's any other concerns here, because this is pretty straightforward. These windows on the second floor are very.
I'll make them happy. I'll be optimistic with them.
Oh,
Understood.
Abby, what are your comments on this application?
I just, those meeting rails would get up to the end of the roof there if they were shoved up in that fascia strip. Just
like that.
And then you'd get rid of that shingle score of shingles just above it. I don't know if you want that there.
I don't, it creates a really awkward trim condition on the interior when you do that. So I prefer not to.
Okay. Yeah, well, other than that, yeah, and you're gonna not do the reflective glass. I'd like to see how you're gonna remedy that. That's all I got.
Okay. Val?
I,
Yeah? What? Tell me.
I just don't understand it. I don't understand how above it's one size and then down below it's ginormous and it's got like these huge light wells and glass. And
Okay, well, are you talking about you're talking about
I'm trying
more
to figure it out. Yeah.
the
I'm
whole
looking at
thing or just the guest house?
Sorry?
Go to the rendering, the 3D renderings. We went through them last time and I explained kind of how it worked. But I think go down. Yeah, but if you go
Mom.
down, Holly, if you
Thank
there's
you.
full ones in the in the
Little
back set.
dog, he's
Last
fine.
page.
That's the last page. Yeah. So you can see how, well, yeah, I mean, the garage goes down below this structure. So there are the garage doors that go down that well on that side. And then the building just sits up into the grade. I don't, it doesn't feel like it's a pretty simple structure, right? Yes, there are the wells in the ground, but those are at ground plane.
Yeah, Val,
And just
really good point though, which is that if we scroll back to the elevations. Okay, so I mean, it shows it, but it shows it in a really, really vague line. The fact that, you know, it's the garage doors going all the way up to the ridge is a tall elevation. Will you be able to see that? I think is her question.
Well, and we have no
you can't.
retaining plan.
But usually I mean, last time I've done this, you've all said you want that retaining as part of the landscape plan, not part of the architectural plan.
Well,
so I'm happy to show it however you want. Like, it's
Andrew.
fun. I'll do whatever you want.
Okay, so the retaining, if it's required for the building, like if you're just doing landscape walls, that's a landscape. But if you're doing retainage that's necessary to do the design, we need to know about it.
Okay.
Ray, this is Mirka. I just want to quickly jump in. That part is of my submission following Andrew's. I illustrate the
No,
cross
Mirka,
section.
I appreciate that and everything, but what we're saying is we're looking.
It's got to show on the structure. I get it, Ray. It's got to show it.
Here it is, just sitting on flat grade, and then Val reminded me that, oh no, it's not actually, because we've got this big cutaway. So, you know, earlier in the evening we had Robbie Newman come in, and he was showing like 100% of everything that was below grade, doors, windows, everything. And it was like, whoa, well, you know, it's stuck right out. This is sort of the opposite of that, because, you know, if Val hadn't brought it up, I never even would have noticed it on my screen. So I think we need
We'll show it. We'll show it. Yeah, fine.
Right.
You got it.
Okay.
That's fine. And we'll show the whole L-shaped retaining wall as part of this building's application.
That would be
Would
good.
that be better?
What's
Okay.
required to get you to make this building work the way it's supposed to be working.
Okay.
So Val, do you have anything else to say on this?
No.
Okay. Let's see, who else do we have at this point? So we heard from
John
Adam.
left. So just
Diane.
Oh.
Diane.
The thing I just answered some questions brought up the meeting rail for the windows. The different elevations. If we push the windows up, so they were tucked under the edge of the shed, they would be fine, and we wouldn't have to worry about them or anything else, and it would decrease the space between the windows and the edge of the dormer. I don't know. There's a lot that I think needs to be discussed. I'll be glad to see if we hold it, because I think there's more than I can bring up tonight. just looking and remembering what I saw, because I don't think it all should be glass. I think what we see from the water is important. I think what we see at night is very important, because along that particular part of the harbor, there seems to be several houses that have gone in recently that have all this glass and reflective glass. So I would like to continue to work with him to see if we can come up with a good workable architectural building.
Thank you,
I
Diane.
like that.
Hey, so here's something I'm going to make an executive decision on. So on your first application for the new dwelling, I was unaware that John had dropped somewhere during the conversation. Okay. So I didn't want to pull in an alternate member, because we do have alternates that can come in on this. So for the first one, I didn't do it. And it seems like your mandate is pretty well defined. On this one, do we have any of our associates still online, or have they all gone to have dinner?
Okay, let me see.
Because frankly, you know, Andrew, in fairness to you, because John dropped and you're down to a 4-person board, if we did have an associate, I would suggest that they come on.
Sure.
But
Like Carrie?
that ship may have sailed. I don't know.
There's Carrie. There's
Carrie's
Carrie.
here.
Is she here?
Yes.
So Carrie, if you can hear me, would you mind sitting on this application?
She's on mute.
Oh, you're on mute. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused about mute and pictures and all that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. So now we're back to a 5-person board because John dropped. So have you been following the discussion?
I have.
Okay. You have anything you would care to tell us?
I'm in agreement about the glass at the second floor deck on the water side, and as well the retaining. I'd like to see it. It seems like it will be sort of a massive retaining wall, and I think it's important to show it as well. So I'm just in agreement with everybody, as well as the window headers on the dormers. It does seem like there's that extra shingle line is a little funky.
We've gotten so used to tucking that thing up. You know, Andrew has like a slightly different exterior vocabulary. You know, there are other buildings that have this, but anyway, so.
Hold for revisions?
Yeah, so Andrew, it just sounds like you've got a couple of things.
I got you.
Grading, the glass thing.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So Abby, you just made a motion to hold for some revisions, right?
Yes.
Okay, so on that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. How about you, Carrie? You?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Diane, you still with us? Okay, let's go to Abby, because,
Aye.
all right. Now, hopefully Diane is still.
Here I am. I'm
Okay, there we go.
sorry.
Good. And so you're in favor of the motion to hold for revisions?
Yep.
Okay, great. And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, so that's.
If you guys want to go, we can wait for the shed.
Yeah,
You guys
I
have had
think
a
we
long
should.
night.
And
It's fine.
and we're reconvening
Yep.
on Thursday and then again on Friday. So
What's Friday?
Friday is the
Stone Alley.
Stone Alley.
Oh, good God. This is getting ridiculous.
And then Saturday is the.
How much time are we supposed to give here?
Every day.
You mean the HDC or Stone Alley in particular?
That's
What's
four
Stone Alley?
meetings in 1 week.
What is
That's
Stone Alley?
ridiculous.
Hey, Val,
Yes.
I'll call you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
All right. So Andrew, look, we're holding the rest of your stuff.
It's fine. It's fine.
Mirka's stuff, everybody else's stuff until Thursday. So
Okay.
Good night, Andrew.
Thank you all.
So Kathy is, we don't need to motion to move this stuff to Thursday because it's already posted, right?
Yes, true. No.
Okay, good. That's good. And is there anything that's time sensitive that we need to do under other business before we can let everybody go free?
No, we're good.
Okay. So, hey, folks, thanks for hanging in there.
Motion to convene.
No.
To unconvene. We need a motion to unconvene. Okay, so I believe Abby has just made a motion to adjourn. So on that motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Oh, Carrie.
Carrie, nice hearing your voice.
Carrie.
I can't wave.